off in the autofocus portions.
Yeah,
Quite
I'm
confusing.
like zooming on beard, turn off autofocus. They're like, I'm probably gonna adjust it. I don't trust you to. I don't know why you're not focusing on the posters at the back of your office instead of your face. You're just dumb. You're just dumb. Your face is terrible. We're gonna look at something else. All right, we're live. Welcome to my face as game master for Bane of the Ancients DnD. We are on season 7, session 7. I am Getz. I am the GM for this, and with whom am I playing tonight?
Hello everyone, I go by Aludriea Luna. I will be playing Rune tonight, the Dwarf Barbarian.
I'm Shuck. I will be playing Belanos, the Astral Elf Cleric.
I am J. Cruz. Sorry, I got lost there looking at Belanos' art. I play Gek, the half-drow warlock of the Sibyl.
And hey everybody, it's Two Hands here, playing Chaska Atosa, the Yanti, with the Yanti features on half of his body, both a blessing and a curse. Yes. Thanks for having us.
So,
man, that's cool.
Last session of Bane of the Ancients D&D, I believe we started out with you. We started out with Boar Hunt right off the bat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
We absolutely did.
So you all finished your campfire talk, packed up your camp after a long rest.
Packed up the giant greatsword.
Packed up the trap. That we didn't talk about, but totally retcon happened. Pulled it out of the decomposing chul and probably washed it off in the creek and brought it on board. Then you all decided we're going to try and hunt down some of them boars. Those dwarves mentioned that there was some crazy escaped boars that were amplified by a wizard with either full white bodies or white bellies. And the elves are mad, so you guys are like, hey, if we went and killed some of them boars, we could enter their little town of Nova as champions. So you backtracked to the side of where you first encountered some boars, and when you got there, you saw a pile of cut-up leftover meat scraps, potatoes, and berries and things. The giant tent that you had left nearby there was gone, and you all carefully tiptoed around that and continued following the path the boars had come from. Following the trail some more, you encountered a strange section of mushrooms. It looks like the boar had been kind of rooting and tearing up all around this particular patch, but they left this one alone. The party very carefully poked the patch with the use of Mage Hand and a Familiar, and were able to retrieve one of the little mushrooms, but when they did that, a big-ass one popped up and sprayed spores all over. But even the Familiar succeeded on their save, so nobody actually knows what those spores do, except for me.
That was more concerning.
Yeah.
Knowledge is a curse.
There was a couple paths that it seemed like a big boar kind of was going dead north, another big boar was going more to the east, and the party chose to go with the northern path. It continued onward, the path eventually veering to the west, and the party found themselves at a shallow sandstone creek. That is not how to bring a party. This is... Go. A shallow sandstone creek, a section of which Belanos was particularly drawn to with a sentient call in their mind. They actually went over to this strange blue hole in the sandstone creek and had a conversation with a strange little squibbly guy who really wanted to kill Squib, the special mind flayer that Belanos has adopted.
He was determined, man.
He really wanted it, but you guys...
But very polite about it, honestly.
Yes.
I appreciated his directness.
He was very, very direct about what they were wanting to do. Ultimately, the party said no, and threw rocks at the man, Squibbly man.
I said yes.
Oh, yeah, Chashka said
just kidding.
But the party said, let's go. And you were able to drive across the river, continuing to follow the path. I don't think I threw any other encounters at you until we came to the strange dwarf stuck in
Dude, those poor
armor.
boys. Oh,
Oh, the
there were
bandits. Yeah, they
I'm
were
like-
so insignificant, I almost forgot.
Dude, the bandit on the back of the cart, he just like
Yeah,
gets
that's right.
Thanos snapped into non-existence.
Before you got to this
Feels so good,
river,
Mr. Shaska.
you encountered 6 bandits with basically their pants down, having a picnic in the woods. They only noticed Locket and Cass, aka Gek's familiar, and the party completely annihilated them, killing half before they knew what was going on, choking out, knocking out one, and then I think 2 got away.
Yeah.
At least 1 got away, with arrows thudding into branches and grass behind them as they ran. So that happened, and now you have an unconscious bandit, as can be seen here, in the back of your cart, tied up with, I think you rolled like a 14 or something.
It was pretty okay.
Yeah. Now, that brings us to our present time, present place, present day. I believe what was happening, Rune, you were driving the cart, and Belenos, I don't remember what Belenos and Chaska and Sweet Locket were up to. Gek, you were like walking out front with your familiar scouting like before.
Yep. 240 feet from the cart for them, for the familiar, and 120 for myself.
So probably Shaska and Sweet Locket flanking like before, probably Belenos riding on the cart again. Does that sound right?
Yeah. For me, at least.
Did we mention the holocron?
No. I did not mention the holocron yet. So, the party, aka Belenos, you guys decided to start playing with the strange red tetrahedron that you'd found in the blackness in the cave. And it turns out Squib somehow knew how to turn the thing on. And in doing so, you saw a visual image of a full-bodied, fully robed adult mind flayer, who in deep speech was able to answer a few of the questions that Belenos asked. The party was able to determine that this guy used to be Squib's protector. Squib tried to introduce Belenos to this illusion or hologram of this big mind flayer as other protector, to everyone's slight heartbreak. And you were able to find out some little tidbits of information, that you were able to ask this thing some questions it could answer, and that all of the questions could be unlocked if you found the right memory crystal for this object. Anything else you guys think I might be forgetting? I know we crammed in a lot of little encounters.
Yeah. Do we have any rounds of inspiration from last session? Were you moved or inspired?
I had not thought that through. And I think people had put out some fun votes here. There was some pretty cool role-playing moments for sure. Some clever things. Let me see how I'm feeling by using a d20.
It do be like that some days, man.
Yeah, I had literally forgot about inspiration until you just reminded me. Let's see. You all had some pretty cool moments, I will say. How about this? Let's do a quick round. What was a highlight moment that you recall, Aludriea? One of the other players.
Heck. I was just really moved by Belenos overall. His commitment to Squibby Boy, the engagement with the holocron. It's all bad. It could absolutely end in disaster, but I'm just like really loving that he's poking that, that point of the world and hasn't really backed down given some of the risks there. So I think that's inspiration worthy. I think that's worth rewarding. I like that.
How about you, Shuck? Any awesome moments you think is inspiration that you want to throw out there?
I thought it was very cool when Shaska was using his force of will to turn the stick into weapons that it was not supposed to turn into, and just lobbing arrows at the fleeing dwarves.
It's pretty awesome.
I just really enjoyed that.
That was fun. I
But you
enjoyed
two-
their screams.
But you two
Um,
standouts.
I liked Gek's cart camo idea. I think that was very solid.
Mhm.
I also had a really fun time reaching a little bit back into Shaska's past and just kind of glossing over it in character, like, oh yeah, I remember this time.
Heck,
In
dude.
regards to the boar hunt.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
Hunting boars like hunting men. Oh!
And Gek, aka J Crew, any big standout moments you had last sesh?
I genuinely all the above. Those were really the two big ones besides my Super Neato self. Was just him standing by Squib and the Super Neato weapon transformation, lobbing arrows. I'm trying to remember. It feels like it was forever ago. What did Rune do? Rune did something really neat, and I don't remember exactly. It was
You mentioned them having the foresight to subdue one of the bandits.
Yep, that's what
Yeah,
it
Rune
was.
comes back like,
Yep.
alright guys, I took my dad. Oh, you all are really hard murderers.
Yeah, actually thinking about people and not just murdering just straight up. Because, I mean, besides the fact that they said, we're going to rob you, we kind of just drove them.
You like, shame.
Yeah.
But it's like, bandits don't feel bad, do I?
Just slurping noises in the background.
I'll allow this time everyone gets one. Why not?
Oh, heck.
Why not?
Wow.
I assume they don't stack, right?
Fuck no.
Okay. I totally like to use...
Can I
Yeah,
use my
I'd
inspiration last session?
Nah, dude.
No.
Not at all. It's not an issue.
Gotta use it or lose it.
You still got it.
I'm not worried about it.
All right. And
I feel like there will be a moment that'll come up.
yep,
I'll really stand out to use it.
cool. And then as inspiration for my game, typically before or after a roll, you can reroll one d20 roll for your character. If you want to argue otherwise, sometimes I might let you do something else that seemed cool, but not like some folks do, where it's just like auto crits or something like that. Alrighty. Any other fun stuff before we get going here?
Let's poke that dwarf.
Let's poke the dwarf.
I don't know if we should poke him, but we should at least
Yeah, tickle him.
This
The
guy's
dwarf.
right-hander.
To bring us back to present time, honestly, it's almost like the end of the day. You guys have been traveling almost all day. It's a few more hours before the sun goes down, of course. But Gek, through the eyes of their familiar Cass in unicorn bunny form, spied this sight. There's an old dwarf man standing very still, wearing plate mail armor on his entire body, except for he has no helmet, and there's no armor below his right shoulder's pauldron, so there's no armor on his right arm. He's gripping onto a Zweihander with his hand that's unarmored, and there are vines growing on him as well as the sword. He has an eye patch on his left eye, a short trimmed white beard, and is wearing kind of a tattered robe with a hood. Just standing stoically in this redwood forest. And Gek, you just spied this thing, and I think you shouted back through a chain of messages to the party what you had seen ahead.
Started off with a message to Shaska. There's a man. He's a dwarf.
Is he alive?
He's covered in roots and trees and leaves and everything. He looks alive.
Be on your guard.
He's an eye patch.
Let us catch up.
I will hold my position till they catch up.
Alrighty. A little bit of time passes, and now you're all within 100-ish feet of the familiar and where this dwarf is at in the forest. Again, veering a bit off of the path following where the dwarves were going. Not the dwarves, the boars. Yes.
I'd probably kind of project a little bit out to Gek once we get near him. Like, has anything changed?
Oh, he's still there.
Just standing there.
He's just standing there.
I would.
Menacingly.
I think we should have Sweet Locket stay with the cart, keep the animal away, just in case there's anything that spooks the large creature. And that we should, as a party, without weapons drawn, but ready, just in case, walk up to this guy and see what's going on. But this guy could be ready to attack anyone who comes into his territory, like entering a magical ward or something.
I know. You said it was a dwarf?
Barf.
Why don't we be being in a spot of food and a bit of drink? Sure, that'll put him in the right mood to be chatting.
I mean, he doesn't look like he hasn't moved at all.
Wait till he sees the food and drink.
We just start this amazing campfire. We just start cooking meat underneath his nose, and just con saves.
Wisdom saves. Arun's gonna be making a little napkin picnic.
While they're getting stuff then to offer this dwarven man, I'm going to spend 10 minutes ritually casting comprehend languages.
Nice.
All right, good.
Cool.
In case he
Post.
does not speak dwarvish.
Slap that spell in the chat.
It is coming there. Oh, that's the button. Aha!
There we go. So for 1 hour, you can understand the literal meaning of any spoken language. You can also stand written ones you can see, but you have to be touching the little words. Cool.
Can I do a perception for any visible traps? Either in the trees, anything looked like it's rigged to fly or rigged to fall.
Yeah. So are you doing that as you approach, or are you doing the surrounding area?
Once we stop, once we get off the cart,
Yeah.
just would be interested in just kind of securing the overall area.
Yeah, go for it. Do a Percepi real quick for starters.
Wow, 18.
Yeah.
That's a really good roll for me.
The most dangerous thing you've seen in this region is really just those big boar tracks a little ways back from where you were traveling. You don't see any falling net traps or anything like that around here. No, it seems to be deciduous woods for the most part where you are standing.
No traps, no signs of blood or anything.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Bloody ferns. All right.
Not right here.
Well, shall we attempt to converse with this person? I don't know how he has survived all this time to the point where foliage is covering his body, but perhaps this is a ornately carved statue.
Well, I say we ask him. Or if he's a statue, go from there.
Okay. I think that Rune should be first in line for
Absolutely.
this. We're just kind of all behind you, Rune, talk to this
Yep.
dwarf
Satchel
statue
of
man.
goodies and probably some sort of a drink.
Yeah. I'm gonna hang out in the back just a little bit, kind of covering my Yanti side just in case. I don't know what this guy's all about. I'm gonna
pop around, half from
turn to
behind
the
a tree.
side. Hey.
Got that fencer stance.
Sure. So Rune up front, and then well, technically Cass is up front, then Rune, and then Belanos or Gek next.
I'll go second.
Alrighty. Belanos
Be
with
pretty much on
Squib.
par with Belanos.
Can I have Squib kind of back us? Can I be wearing Squib like a backpack basically? So he's just kind of out of sight.
Sure. What I'm gonna do is Squib is almost more of an animal than a person right now. Go ahead and roll animal handling just to try and get him to cooperate staying on your shoulder. That's
18.
That is not
I
bad.
myself.
I am going to see how cooperative they are. 12.
People
Yeah,
brains?
you overcome. You overcome Squib's wiggliness, and they decide to backpack on you. Occasionally, it can get a little uncomfortable with the big tentacle going around your throat on one side or the other, but it's definitely doable. Yes, exactly.
Play- Dangerous game, my guy.
And then Sheshka, are you a people or a snack?
I'm giving them my people side just because I don't know I'm not sure about this dwarf. The last
Okay.
one seemed a little presumptuous.
Alrighty.
Just
I'm not sure why you're upside down. I assume you made yourself upside down.
show my best side.
Human
you know?
Your Umi
Oh,
side.
there you go. I get it now. Yeah, nailed it.
Just
Exactly.
hey, how's it going?
Just for now.
All right.
Oh, silly.
Alrighty. So, Cass is down in the bushes underneath. Sounds like everybody's walking up with Sheska in the back, trying to be partially obscured by Belanos and Gek. All right. What do?
Oh, out there. Yeah, Rune would call out before getting into like visual range, probably just trompsing through the bushes. I don't know how out in the open this folk is.
Okay.
I'm gonna slap Rune with a preemptive guidance just for whatever.
Yeah.
Roll
He's
a
missing a little bit more.
roll a performance rune for waking / awaking this.
Awaken. Yeah, performance is going to be. It's going to be like a 4, 5, 6, 7. Lucky number 7.
Yeah, you shouted too soon. You got to get closer.
Yeah, Rune moves up a few dozen paces. Coughs a little. Oi there!
All right, do it again.
Yeah, we
From
said
closerer.
performance is going to be. Oh my god, a 10. Rune's just gonna give up and burst out of the clearing, giving a big like presenting a picnic thing, trying to make eye contact and moving within probably like a dozen paces.
All right, now that you finally get into real visual range of this dwarf, you can see his right eye is closed. So maybe they don't like the sun of their eyes. Maybe they're not awake. Maybe they're dead.
He's sleeping.
Who knows?
I hear bats do that.
Nice. Is this a bad time then? Are you sleeping or see your eyes closed? We'll just kind of move in a little bit closer. Like at this point, just a few strides away and give them a good look up and down.
All right, roll performance with advantage for being right in front of their face, trying to rouse this thing.
It's just
12.
12, huh?
Rude's a little shy right now.
Okay. Yeah, you go up. You're like, all right, yell at him. You're like, hey.
Fuck.
Okay.
If you want to get his attention, this is what you gotta do. I would like to be like probably like an arms or two length away from him, just hello as loud as I can right in his face.
Okay. That will probably do it. Hello, really super loud right in his face. And the old looking dwarf's right eye cracks open in this kind of bleary look and is going to try and intake the scene here.
gonna try and attack.
It just
Roll
hilts
initiative
you in
now.
the chin. Like, I'll
And-
see some food.
His face goes from bleariness to concern. Just doing a.
Oh no, he's racist.
Grandpa, these are my friends.
No.
Rune, you don't say that, right?
No, only internally.
Okay,
Oh, that would be so bad.
but you offer snack. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
We brought you some food and drink.
Hasn't said anything yet. Kind of just looking at your party. He looks over at you, Rune, and he takes his right hand off of his sword
Nice.
and gestures with his 4 fingers to come here.
Does the sword stay still?
Yep.
Like, does it stay in place?
The sword doesn't even wobble.
Dude, that sword is
How do you make your weapon do that? Is it stuck in the ground, or is this magic? Just like instantly.
You gotta do it right. You gotta
Give me
do it
that
right.
weapon.
14
How do you
layers
make your
of
weapon do
lines.
that?
Yeah, Rune'll come up like, we got some cured meats here, some dried meats, some recently cooked meats. I made sure to pack some recent hashtag priorities.
So with
Brachis.
a wary glance at everyone, he just kind of reaches out and grabs just a random handful of food
Yeah.
and just
Hardtack.
puts it under the beard. Don't know how sword stuck. He's stuck. I'm stuck.
You're stuck now. How long have you been in? Do you need help? You sound a little gravelly here. Some of this should clear your throat right up.
Snatches that with his right arm if it's in range and
Absolutely.
guzzles that down, all of it, whatever that was.
Nice. I believe it was called
Thank you.
Perry. It's just some sort of drink that we
Yeah.
had.
Some Perry wine. Yeah, so that one bottle of Perry gone.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'll mark it off on the sheet.
Let's out a big sigh.
Rune, it's. May I speak to this fellow dwarf, sir?
Yeah, Rin squints at you, but like,
I'm gonna get close and I'm gonna look at him straight on. We mean you no harm. We are just passing through hunting boar. While you may be stuck, I still have to ask, are you friend or are you foe? We are just passing through.
I suppose neither.
I can work with that. How did you get here? How did you get stuck? Why are you stuck?
Battle witch. You could tell he's having a little bit of hard time keeping up with the conversation. I'm assuming everyone's talking in common right now, right?
Yeah, at this point.
Okay. He's trying to speak. Sorry, what was that, Alu?
Roan would talk briefly in Dwarvish to see if that's a more comfortable dialect, and if so, can translate.
It seems like he's able to talk. He's even talking back in kind of slow common.
Nice.
But you can tell it's taking him a bit of time to process what you guys are saying, if that makes sense.
Okay, absolutely. So if it's not a language barrier, then yeah, common works.
It might be. We just might not know it yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to. There is a language barrier. It's just not a complete barrier.
Yeah.
Feel free to speak in whatever language you'd like. I can translate.
Okay. He wriggles for a moment and then rubs his brow with his right hand. He puts his right hand back on his sword hilt and kind of just grips onto it real tightly. Battling witch. I hope witch is dead.
What language is this?
He's trying to speak in common still.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't know how long. It's 10, maybe 30 days. But that's just what I remember. Been sleeping a long time. He just looks troubled.
What language is your native language, your home language, the language of your people, the one you spoke as a child?
Dwarvish, of course.
Would it be easier to communicate in Dwarvish, or is your mind also stuck as well. I'm trying to say it in a sincere way, like,
Nice.
"Hey, man, like, are you having a rough time, or is it a language barrier?"
Yeah.
It's fine. I know many languages. Just you sound different than I'm used to. Are you from far away?
I am.
You could be saying that.
Okay.
I can't read a map.
So,
Where
tell
are
us
you from?
what he said.
Thorn.
And moment.
Not familiar with the place, right?
Yep.
I'm from. He's from the
There we go.
mountains of Mithril. Mithril.
Hey.
From
not.
Kahazdakar, the great stronghold. Ugh. Been gone a long time. I do need to get back, but I cannot move.
Are the vines restricting you?
No.
Are you petrified?
He flexes his fingers. Sort of. I can wriggle in this, but my armor cannot move.
Oh. I wonder. I'm gonna have the rabbit cast touch his armor. Do you mind if I try something?
Just don't get hurt.
Oh, I won't. I'm gonna have the rabbit touch him, and I'm gonna cast mending through the rabbit.
Okay. And what are you trying to mend?
Trying to mend the joints in the armor because I'm assuming he's been put under a spell called Armor Lock, which I think we might need a grease spell for, but mending might work.
So go ahead and cast it and roll an Arcana.
Dude, we can grease this boy up.
Oh yeah.
There is guidance. That's guidance. That's not what I've been mending. And then an Arcana,
Mm-hmm.
a normal with a guidance. That is a 17.
Okay. So you cast mending, and actually by appearance and the effect of the spell, it looks like the armor, it is locked up, but it doesn't seem to be rusted or some magical spell seizing it up. As far as you can tell, it's something different, something strange. But you're thinking along the correct lines. It's a good start.
I tried everything I can do.
I see.
Can you tell me about this witch? Was this by chance one of the halflings, Sedella or Solava?
No, it's Dwarven the witch. She did very bad things to me and to royal family. I hunt her down, retrieve artifact, we battle. I hope she's defeated. I wake up like this. Artifact broke armor on right arm.
Oh, what type of artifact is this?
It was like an egg. I think I used it.
Did you eat it?
No. I crushed it in my hand. You see, the witch was charging a powerful spell to destroy me. I crushed artifact, and I threw my prayer out there to have the strength of me and my sword and my armor to withstand the attack. From what I can tell, it worked. I remember being enveloped in something. And then I went to sleep. I wake up every now and again. And I know it have not been too long, because when night comes around, I see same stars lined up. So,
And have the creatures of the forest left you be this whole time?
sometimes small creature comes by. It's why I rip my beard hair short whenever I wake up. It keeps the birds and the creatures from nesting. Sometimes I meet with people, but only a couple of times. Was strange druid who came by. I gave him helmet for some food.
A druid, you say?
Yes.
Did they have a name?
I did not think to get their name, just as I
Well,
had not thought to get any of yours.
my name is Shaska. What is yours?
Let me scroll back to his name.
Oh, not his name.
Thorgar Ironhelm. Just said I do
Thorgar?
not have Thorgar. Let me just
Thorgar.
slap it into the chat for you guys. Bloop. Thorgar Ironhelm.
Belenos, Gek. Do either of you detect any magical presence lingering on brave Thorgar? Perhaps we could spend some extra minutes looking for some clues. Might explain why he is so stuck. I have only the innate magic of my people and have no ability to test for such wizardry.
If we're trying to get something to move and magic fails, I can see what I can be doing, just stretching.
I don't want you to hurt the man. He has
Yeah,
already been through a lot.
I'd take it slow, see what can be done. Not a brute, all the time.
Chuck, you were saying something.
Oh, I'm more than happy to spend a few moments meditating to see if there's magic I can detect, but I think if he can move but his armor can't, then it's a safe assumption that there's magic at work.
Did you ask the druid to take your armor off?
The only piece that could move was my helmet.
So, even if you try to move like the belt and everything, that can't move?
All the metal is stuck. He like shakes his head, and like his hood can like shake with it.
Yeah.
The metal's stuck in place.
Is that the same for your sword or just your armor?
Why don't you try if you think you're strong enough?
Rune says it up. My name is Rune. I'll see what I can be doing.
She's got
Doesn't feel right to be leaving you here after you did just battle with a witch. Yeah, that's what Rune will be doing probably. Finay, oh my god, literally a sword stuck. Analogy aside, you're just gonna try and brute force become the leader of Britain or something.
Yeah, you go ahead and try and become the young revolutionary king of fantastical Camelot. You can roll me a couple athletics checks.
Sure. Let's see how this goes.
Whoa.
Hey,
Holy fuck!
28,
And of course
29.
I'm giving him guidance.
Mm-hmm.
A 19.
Sorry, the
two to
DC was
start.
30.
We'll do a couple more.
Well, I mean, if it's magic and it's locked down, these might not matter. Oh,
This
one.
is what I wanted. All right,
my
thank you.
hammies.
I was like, roll till you
keep
fail.
rolling. Keep rolling.
My hammies.
So you come
I
at
wouldn't
it.
have taken that bait.
Huh? I can't not take the bait. It's too good.
So the rolls tell it all, right?
Honestly, yeah.
You come in as hard and as strong as you can, just just going for it. All your veins and muscles bulging, like sweat immediately oozing from you. Just like the ground around you just goes like thud. Like you shove into it so hard, you're crushing your feet into the ground, and you're straining, and you exhale until your breath's gone, and then you release for a moment. Like, okay, do the normal like pace around the sword. Try some new angles, like some weird angles that don't actually make sense. Just maybe I haven't used these muscles in a while, so they'll be stronger. Like behind the back pull doesn't work, and yeah, it's up to you. You either strain something or you like slip and hurt yourself. What would you like?
Slipping sounds great. Just like slip and bash my face on something.
Yeah, so
you sliced your beard on the edge of the sword.
No.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, Gek, were you channeling or casting something?
Yeah, all the ground around this thing has just been like wet with your sweat immediately. You've just been going so hard on this sword that you end up slipping, and
it's pretty gross.
Bash your head and like rip some of the vines on the way down along this sword.
So Rin's just holding onto the sword, panting at this point.
And you see like a really tired smile on the dwarf with that display.
While all this is happening, can I take Shaska aside for a second?
Of course.
Sure.
We do have several potions that we recovered from the cave that would transform him into
Jesus Christ.
some kind of gelatinous creature.
He just comes out naked, like.
Whoa!
It might be worth trying if we're determined to save it.
With a naked old dwarf.
We probably have some random patchwork gear that we can slap on him.
Stick him in a
If it
box.
works.
All that Duergar armor.
We have a couple sets of scale mail, among other things. I was thinking about outfitting our bandit dwarf if he cooperates and lives.
Yeah, you guys could definitely recycle some of that Duergar armor. Cool.
I think that should be possibly a last resort, and I don't think that should be done without the poor man's consent.
This'll fix you.
I wasn't suggesting that we force feed him. I was.
So yes, that might work. It might. Maybe we should just try taking his armor off of him for now. Sir Ironhelm, can we try to help you by removing your armor?
Oh, good luck. I want to see you try. If it's anything like this sword here. Oh, why is this heavier?
I'm just gonna look for a
strap.
strap.
Back at the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, is there any straps or any belts, any loops, things that are designed to easily be pulled free or to come off? And I'm just gonna see if normal force or even a little bit of effort, pulls that off.
Yeah, I mean, with just roll investigation for how quickly you find the seams in the good spots.
Wow, 3.
This is really nice. You'll get to it, but through this inspection,
armor goes on in a. Okay.
Yeah, it's really nice metal skin. It takes you're like, God damn, this is really good seam work. And then you finally found a spot. You get in there, you wriggle some kind of blade in, and you're able to cut the leather. But it doesn't seem like the metal has moved from its space in any way from that process.
So no straps that I can try to access without cutting leather?
Oh, I mean, that's what I meant. Like, you found one of the seams, like maybe up on a pauldron, where the strap goes down and ties into the gambin, and you can access one of those strings. It would probably take something thin, like some kind of blade or thin tool to get to it, just between the seams. But yes, you can. And the leather moves. You can cut it, you can move the leather.
Armor, like a rod of immovability.
Okay. Interesting. So I guess the armor isn't moving, like once the straps are cut?
Nope, but it seems like maybe the fabric and his muscles could move maybe a tiny bit better, if that makes sense.
So if he's wearing good armor, he's got to have an undergarment or two, like a cotton pinch guard.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So,
and the armor is tied into that, as plate mail would be.
Gentlemen, and Sweet Loggett, we may be able to wriggle him free of this armor if we remove the straps and pull him out of his slip that he would have donned on before wearing such carapace to avoid pinches. would you all help me try to free him? And, sir, would you mind if we attempted to get you out of this armor? You might appreciate that.
I'm wearing greaves as well. And he just
Okay.
lets out a big sigh.
No.
Just,
No.
would you like our help?
I'd try anything to get out of here and get back home.
You heard it, folks. He said anything.
Your home. You said that was Gazakadar? Is that how you say it?
Let me
Yes,
slap it in there.
Eskakar.
Gazakadakadar. Galaka baka waka flaka.
There you go.
Kazakar.
Kazakar.
Is that south of Calgrand?
Calgrand? What is Calgrand?
It's a large dwarven city to the south, near the
Right.
mountains.
Oh, just shrugs.
Yeah, pronunciation. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm a snake
Oh.
man.
I assure you it's not larger than my city of Kazdakar. But I don't think so.
Interesting. Well, let's try to free you up. And yeah, what do you guys say? We just try to cut this guy free very carefully. And I'm also suspicious of these vines. You know, I'd cut away any of the vines with a magical weapon just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't trust the vines. And
Not a bad idea.
yeah,
Definitely worth a try here.
So you're busy cutting away any and all obstacles to getting this guy out. Cutting vines off, trying to get access to any straps. I'm assuming taking the robe and satchels and stuff off. Sound right?
yeah. And if we need to reclothe him, we'll like try to put him in like an easily wrappable tunic or something,
I
just
mean,
to spare him some dignity.
once you end up unveiling him, he's very covered in this full plate, like head to toe, in this gleaming, beautiful chrome. You don't need to get more clothes on him until
Where's-
Okay.
Fuck.
yeah, he's very covered. Unless you're feeling bashful about his naked arm, but yeah.
Okay, so just his arm. So there's no way we're gonna squeeze him out of this, really, unless we
Correct.
kind of detach it from him. Hint, hint.
Mhm.
Nope. Something worth trying. How long is your sword?
Longer than I am tall.
Couple feet at best, buried in the ground. Could try digging under it.
You could.
It's just like obelisk just floating.
Real quick though, Gek and Belanos, what do you guys want to be doing with this scenario? I know we've done a lot with Rune and Chishka.
I would like to go dig out that potion and just hold on to it
Okay.
Nice.
You've got
and just kind
the
of stand there looking smug.
gelatinous cube potion, like, I have the answer if you guys want it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You got the gelatinous cube
honestly.
potion. And what about you, Gek? What do you think of this whole situation?
Don't know. I was seeing if we had any kind of like grease in the cart. We don't.
I mean, you can make grease out of like
Oh yeah, we have
Well,
bacon fat, don't we?
you
We
could have
have-
done that.
Yeah.
Much
you know.
bacon fat,
And that
sir.
just didn't do anything.
I mean, it greases them up. If you want to grease them up, that definitely would be a thing.
Yeah, then I
It'd
think
smell like a
probably-
old frying pan.
Mm.
I think probably the Belanos' idea is probably the best way to go.
I will say, Gek, you mentioned something last session that you haven't mentioned this session. Do you remember what that is? And if you can't,
Oh, his eye. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you have an eye?
Oh, I remember this Some demon creature shone bright in a bush. Jumped up in me eye. Started munching on it. I ripped the eye out and crushed it into my eye in one swipe.
Oh, that happened to me, but now I'm getting my eyesight back.
Dude, that's metal.
What?
Yeah, it started coming back after, I just let him munch for a little bit, but it's starting to come back now.
You're kidding.
You
You
didn't-
had one
you
of
didn't-
these light creatures jump up, crunch your eye, and you do not rip your own eyeball out.
No, yeah, he made me blind for a little bit, but I can see now, and I can see swirlies. They're pretty nice. Only when I drink the magical booze, though.
So there's some sort of parasite in my friend's head.
Fuck you's talking about. You drink things that let you see squiggles. You have
Yeah.
light
We've got
creature
more.
in your eye.
Do you want to have a peer inside my mind?
Gek,
What?
Gek. Go easy on the man. Gek, we're up here. We
Have you
should
seen a
aim
cell
to be in
phone?
the general vicinity of down here. You like Windows 11, old man? Well, buckle up.
Okay.
Throws your computer out the window. Oh no.
Yeah, I had one in my eye, though. Yeah, it's still there, hanging out.
Ugh. Might be best if you just rip it out and destroy your own eye. You don't know what that thing will do inside of you.
Oh, so far, nothing.
Hey, I mean, you said it, bitch, huh?
Yeah, it made me not see for a little bit, but I was patient, and he's just along for the ride now.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mood.
I'm afraid I'm deferring to Belanos' idea of listening to too much Drizzt. Belanos' idea. However, we do not know if his armor will be absorbed in his form if we give him this potion. I don't know if this would work. Do you know how these potions work?
I mean, is he
Yeah.
even wearing his armor?
I don't know. Is he? We cut the straps. We've removed what we could.
I think that's personal choice when, it reads his mind and I'm not wearing this, and it just sends that.
Yes,
Well-
I think we would maximize our chances if you consider yourself trapped inside your armor rather than wearing it at present.
Before we be trying that, let me see if I can be digging under this sword. Just give me a few minutes.
I actually am curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah.
I
You're gonna dig
can't.
with your honey gloves?
Why would I be digging with me gloves?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
We have tools we could be digging with.
Good.
Just I'm not gonna be using me hands. We have tools. Brent's gonna go back to digging. The goal is going to be, of course, kind of trying to get up and under and clearing the ground beneath this sword, just to see what does that do.
Okay. Roll me another athletics for how awesome you are at digging, and I'll
Sure.
get back to that.
It's 19.
Okay. All right. So, Rune is trying to dig out. You're starting with the sword, correct? You're just trying to dig the sword
Oh
out?
yeah, that seems a lot safer than his armor or him.
Right. Belanos, you've got the vial. What else you guys trying?
I mean, we don't know if he's magically bound or if he's not yet. So
True.
Yeah, can I roll an Arcana to try and depict what kind of magic might be on this armor?
Nice.
Okay.
I assume it's going to take more than 10 minutes for Rune to dig that sword up, so I could ritual cast Detect Magic while she's
Yeah.
doing that.
We'll be busy in the background for a bit.
Yeah. Let's say Belanos, you're gonna spend 10 minutes casting Detect Magic. Rune is digging. Gek, you're trying to figure out other ways of seeing what might be going on. What other things could you maybe do?
I'm gonna drink a little bit of that sake and look through little tentacle eyes, because I remember them grabbing at certain things. So I'm wondering if those tentacles in this other plane are binding him here currently.
I think
Okay.
they were only grabbing the sake. Is that right?
Yeah,
Well, they were wrapping around certain things, so I'm curious just to see. It might be like an ethereal plane thing, if that's what we're looking at.
All right. Okay.
Jaska, something you could be trying. That weapon of yours seems magic. It can be changing sizes. Can you be making it small and then extend out? See if we can pop some of these plates off.
Oh, I mean, I could try, but that sounds really dangerous.
I'm gonna put this carjack in your cast. Hold on. It's not gonna slip, I swear.
Really?
Okay.
Oh.
It would probably work at great cost.
How many more drinks? Okay, so
You're right. Goes back to digging.
I started tracking the drinks in the Golden Gourd. You have essentially 4 more drinks remaining. Gek is going to take one now, so you're down to about 3 more little cups of this
Wow.
golden
We've
sake.
been working hard on that sake.
You guys are drinking
yeah.
a lot of it. So do the prerequisite con save for starters.
15.
Nice. And then I think I was starting out with wisdom, right?
It was either wisdom or charisma. I don't remember.
I throw charisma in there too, but I think I start with wisdom first.
14.
Nice. So yeah, this is not your first rodeo with this drink. Again, one of the most wonderful, just tastes like life in an elixir. Also delicious, sweet rice wine. And the shimmering liquor go down your gullet, and you start feeling that nice, warm and fuzzy feeling starting to kick in. And I'm going to say it'll take 10 minutes for that to sink in, 10 minutes for Rune to dig, 10 minutes for Belnos to be casting. What are you up to for 10 minutes, Shashka? Are you thwacking around, cutting stuff still? What do you want to be doing?
No, not much. It'd be interesting to see if this guy can be moved, like if he can be leaned or even like carried.
Yeah.
I'm not the type that would be strong enough to pick him up, maybe in snake form, but maybe I could get Sweet Locket. I mean, we're both really weak. I could only probably move him in snake form, but
Okay.
I'd try to see if he could be moved at all, or maybe lifted off the ground.
So with a little bit of poking and prodding, it's obvious that his flesh body can move around. It's just stuck in this metal shell. The metal shell, you can't seem to tip it over. It's almost like it's just locked into where it is, if that makes sense.
Like stuck in space.
Yeah, almost. Anything else you wanted to try or even ask the guy, Sheshka, for a little bit?
He doesn't seem to really know much about the magic. I don't really feel like getting into a conversation with him until we either exhaust all of our options to free him or free him. So I'm just going to say no.
Cool. All right, so a bit of time goes by. Rune, with your 19, you're digging around this sword, and you're ending up like finding that it's stuck into a piece of granite.
Of course.
Yes. And so you're digging around, and you're like, fuck, this is a lot of granite that this is going into. And it's not just granite, it's ferrous granite with there's iron deposits in the granite as well.
Oh, really?
Really?
Nice.
Sorry, champ.
Rune's
Which means it's like super granite.
Yeah, Rune's got a pretty cool pick that could try and be breaking some of the. But man, that's rough, dude.
So you basically come to that conclusion. You're like, ooh.
Yeah.
Hey, Shaska, you could help him with your stick. Make it a pickaxe, and it'll Woohoo!
I think Rune's got that under control. She has a pick.
And Gek, your drink starts to kick in. And let me see. Yes, there we go. So you start seeing like first a little bit of squiggly wigglies popping in and out. You're like, oh yay! I'm starting to feel and I can see the squiggly wigglies. That's cool. And then the dwarf kind of feature comes into vision. Here's what you see, and again, it's slightly opaque, like slightly translucent. You're not all in Black World. You can see the forest around you still. You see what looks like a big cocoon wrapped around him, and this cocoon is made of this strange material. It looks almost like a fibrous thing had been crystallized somehow. There's all these bits of fibers and things wrapping around his armor, and some of it's been like almost cooked into crystals. And you can see this cocoon and these fibrous webs going down into the ground, and this cocoon envelops him and his sword. You can even see through the ground a bit where these threads go in and cocoon around huge granite slabs in the ground as well.
Oh, that'll do it.
I will,
Yeah,
because
that'll
I
do
don't
it.
want to as Gek, because brain hurty. I will explain that in a very drunken stupor, but also very Gek-like way.
Okay. So yeah, there's almost like this golden cocoon with a fibrous lattice structure, which is semi turned to almost a glass crystally shape, encasing him and the sword and some of the granite.
To gag. Change places. Oh goodness.
Hold on.
My boy's pretty stuck.
I have an idea that'll save all of our items.
What's your idea?
Mr. Iron Thorgar, man. Please let the magic I'm about to do take hold over you.
I'm very curious which spell you're throwing. Let's see.
Dude.
I'm going to cast Threshold Slip. And I'm going to switch places with him.
That's
And then
sweet.
I'm going to do it a second time immediately
Switch
after
places
with
with
the rabbit.
Shaska. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Rabbit's good. There we go. I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down.
See, you create a shadowy tunnel. Instantly swap positions. Willing to exchange places with you. Okay, cool.
I will take any damage that this will hurt on me from unmoving armor also, because I know I'm pretty skinny, so I feel like...
The only issue would be height. That's the
Yeah.
only problem, is compacting you into the height and like limb length. That might not be very comfortable. But
I'll take the risk of damage for it.
okay. So let me just do some thoughts as to how this would work. I think it will probably work.
That's pretty cool.
The creature's mainly bonded to the metal and is very loosely attached to this man himself with the threads. So I think it's more of they're going to take damage and you're going to take damage.
Just rip some skin off of his face, like
yeah, more like a bunch of IVs. But that's
fuck.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ugh.
I'm totally fine letting this happen. Everybody cool with this? Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
That's wild.
That's
I
what
like
I'm
that
hoping.
idea.
Okay.
let's go.
So yes, Gek, you find some like area nearby. You create a shadow tunnel between you and this other creature. They try as hard as they can to go with the flow. With a 9, that's fine enough. They're trying to relax enough to let this happen, and you
Relax,
shove.
old man.
You switch this guy out, and he comes out with just tattered clothes, and there's just blood spots all over, and just little bits of blood bleeding everywhere, where all these little tendrils were ripped out of his flesh. He did not know was there.
Oh, let me give you a cloth. I'll bind you.
He takes some damage there. And then, Gek, you are slammed into an armor set that is not your body shape.
Ugh.
Trying to think 1d6 or 2d6. That's the only thing I'm not sure about. Roll me a dex
Take
save.
the 2.
A dex save.
How's your
Okay.
spine?
How wriggly are you?
Natural 20.
Oh, he's liquid.
you
That
take-
is my boy is liquid.
Spindly.
You take a d4, and that is it. You only take 2. That is awesome.
2 damage.
All right. So
No
yeah, you come in, you're like,
fucking- yeah.
whoa! Just become a tiny person inside this armor.
He was ready.
And you're still tripping out, right? Yes. So now
Oh,
you
yeah,
get
that
Still
probably
seeing
helped.
all
With him
these
being a little
boys.
drunk, that probably helped him not
Yeah.
take damage.
it did.
Actually,
So your body's
yeah.
more relaxed, and now you're having the POV of being stuck in this armor. And yeah, you cannot budge anything in here. Like it is just iron coffin, and the cocoon and this thing just holding on to it. It's actually pretty beautiful. And then you said you're casting it again to get out.
On the rabbit, and then I will poof the rabbit next to my side after I cast it on the rabbit.
Okay.
Did it?
You,
He did it, boy.
You cast again, and the rabbit like shrieks, and then you hear like a little plunk echo in the armor as it falls to the bottom, and then
Thud.
takes 2 damage.
Ooh.
He's still alive.
And then you poof cast back to your side. You now have a dwarf in tattered cut up clothes with a bunch of little tiny bloody pinholes in them. Looking pretty dazed, exhausted, and haggard.
You should
And
lie down.
I think
he
we
lets
should
in
move a little
the
bit farther away
deepest
from here to make
breath
camp.
real quick. He just like,
My chest getting spent.
oh, my shoulder. Oh, like just he's just wriggling, like slowly cracking his body around. Is there water nearby? Stream.
Even
can-
better.
We can get you some water.
We have a chest.
Get in.
Dunk 'em, lads.
He already downed the cup that I gave him, so we could just refill that with water. Yeah, are you guys fine if Rune just jolly vants over to the cart, fills up some water, and comes back?
Can we make sure he's okay? Someone
He
give
just
him a look over.
dumps
That's
the
why
water on
Rune
his head.
left, because that's not gonna be Rune.
I mean,
Not me.
for a bath, like a stream, a waterfall, a lake.
Ooh.
There's one. How far back was that? Like 3 hours? 2 hours?
Yeah, the flat sandstone spot.
Yeah,
we're
with
talking
the
about?
homeboy.
I think that was like 3 or 4 hours back, something like that. I think
Perhaps
it was 3.
we can stop on the way back. There is one several hours to the south, but it is not very safe for someone in your condition right now. There is a being that patrols it that is hungry and large.
Aye.
Ay.
But
Strange.
please,
I'm feeling very tired after this. I think I should lay down.
perhaps we should camp for the night. Allow this old fellow to rest.
Give him a quick look over. Are these wounds still bleeding?
Mhm.
Like, this guy's stable? Should I start wrapping parts of him? You know? Do you want me to do just like a general medicine?
Medicine check would not be a bad idea.
It's gonna be, yeah. So, Rune, dwarf. He's tough.
Hmm.
That's what's dwarf
Is-
do?
Is he, though?
He's tough.
Just need sleep. Just need sleep.
I don't think you should go to sleep. Do I still see any tentacles like around him, on him?
Just I guess quote normal ones that you see bumping into everyone
But
else.
none are
anyways.
connected.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
No, all the tendrils that were attached to him are loosely dangling inside the hollow suit of armor now.
Okay, so being a kid of the street, I know what I just need sleep is, and I'm literally dying, and if I go to sleep, I'm going to die kind of body language and
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
Is there a way that I could perceive
It's
which one
that-
this might be?
It's that. So
I'm dying and
Yeah,
I just need sleep?
it's definitely that, like, oh god, I'm really tired, and
Now, can I discern if this is from the blood loss or from being detached from these things that were, I assume, feeding off of him?
that is hard to determine at present, but it's not like he's losing that much blood visually. It's not like there's a huge pool at his feet or anything.
Ooh, no. I think we made a boo-boo here.
He looks fine. He's
What is
just
it?
bleeding a little.
I know I feel a little
No.
tuckered after a long day.
Am I
Now
getting
that I'm
anything?
thinking about it, this cocoon was leading into the granite, and I'm thinking that we just pulled away the thing that might have been keeping him alive. That was maybe using him as a battery of sorts for some kind of magical or life essence thing.
Disturbing.
Over to Belanos. You were saying something at the same time.
Am I getting anything from Detect Magic that might explain why he's...
So this is something I was trying to figure out. It's not necessarily like there was almost this like there was magic helping him, and then as soon as he was taken out of the armor, the magic stopped. Does that make sense? Like you could see almost like some magic flowing into this dwarf's body, and then you saw the whole gek thump thump. You saw that magic going off, and then it's almost like when he got out, that magic slowly started dissipating from the dwarf.
We may have made a mistake.
He wanted to be free.
Sometimes some people, freedom is the sweet kiss of death.
Something
Could we
that
be helping him?
we could give him a concoction of honey and vinegar. It's used to be used by soldiers back in like the Iron and Bronze ages. It's got a name. It's literally like a battlefield stamina drink. I wrote
Nice.
it down somewhere in our
Yeah.
party doc.
Oxycote?
Oxycote.
Yeah.
Oxycote. We have both honey and vinegar. I think that might help him a little bit. It's not magical, obviously, but do we have any magical weapons?
I mean,
Not magical weapons, magical healing.
Beldanos can to some. I don't think you have any
I think
like.
anyone has a potion.
I don't think you guys have any like Healy potions straight up, if I remember right.
Oh no,
At
I should have
present.
asked Cass before I did that. Ooh boy.
sometimes you have to be asking for acting by yourself.
No, that's not how my life works.
Okay.
But yeah, Belanos, it's obvious for you to tell like this guy needs some medical attention, basically.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I will hold my hand up and just mutter under my breath and heal him for 6.
Nice. A little bit of that paleness goes away, a little more full in the cheeks, with the blood, as you can say. And then Shaska, you're throwing together a cup of honey and vinegar for him to drink, which he's not in really a position to say no right now. So he will try to down that.
Got to drink it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, ugh, I'm probably fine.
Drink it.
He
No.
drank it. He drank it. That was the ugh.
Yeah.
that was nasty. Thank you.
Can I pull Belanos to the side for a second?
Sure. Dwarf was just thanking Belanos, and you pull Belanos to side.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about them, but in my understanding of books, and stories, I've been told there's powerful mages that can suscept their life mass into that of items and live a lot longer based off magical residue. What if he's been alive for longer than 30 days, but he's just been sleeping through it all? And we
The
just
stars
ripped an
didn't change.
age-old Aye, but what if he's set to wake up at a certain time and the stars are still there?
Would be
And
quite
it's
the
like he
feat.
wakes up once a year and it's been years.
Would it be more probable to think that whatever witch that he fought cast some type of spell on him to rejuvenate herself, at the expense of his own life force? Wouldn't that sound more possible?
I was just thinking he's a battery and we just are a capacitor of some sort, even though I don't know what any of those words mean.
Oh.
It is entirely possible, but I do think the obvious answer here is that if he had been here for hundreds of years, there would be significantly more growth. We probably wouldn't even have seen him at all.
I mean, I'm not saying hundreds of years, but a couple of years. I mean, how long does it take for vines to grow like that? Because that seems like a lot of vines for only 30 days.
Depending on the vines, days, perhaps a week. Some can grow quite fast.
Shaska's correct.
Have any of you heard of his hometown?
I have not.
That's a good question.
I'm just saying, what if it's an old nation? I'm worried
wonder-
we just removed a man and brought him back into society
Ah,
after a
Can you,
couple of years.
history check on Kazadkar?
Yeah, go ahead and roll for history.
our other dwarf might know as well. Well, that's funny.
Natural 20, Balanos.
Our
Yeah, not very bookish.
Two things with your 23 plus 3 for
Nice.
26 history, Balanos. Drakus. Yeah, you've read about the glorious dwarven city of Kazdakar, known for its just being supposedly the most glorious dwarven hall ever built in these lands, lost over 3,000 years ago to calamity. And not only that, you're realizing there is an interesting astral phenomenon going right now. There's this alignment of what you would know as planets currently. So looking up, there's this very rare alignment of planets, happens like every 170 years. That happens to be there right now.
Oh,
J-Prof literally 100% correct. That's crazy.
Yes, actually, he guessed all of it, which is pretty awesome.
That's pretty cool, dude.
I can confirm you just basically read my notes, so.
Having had a moment to think on it, I think Gek may actually have been onto something.
What? You jest.
I just, I have an oracle inside of me, in my brain, so I just was thinking like her.
And yeah, Belanos, you're like really familiar with this particular. It's all the planets in your solar system like lining up in a line almost.
Dude, this makes so much sense with your belt and everything. Like, this is just so up your alley. You're like, Jesus Christ, wait a minute.
Yep. And that's been happening like right now.
Because what I was thinking, there's a lot of ADHD that went into putting all that together, just so you're aware.
Well, it works. Harness your superpowers.
There you go. Nailed it.
So you guys are murmuring in the corner. He's like sitting on the ground.
Rune will be trying to wrap him in some cloths, and in case you don't be making it through, it's clear you've seen a lot. What are your next of rights?
The witch killed me family.
He did good in avenging him. Killed her to death, I'm sure.
I hope so. All I saw was a flash and then being enveloped.
Killed her to death, I'm sure.
You got him, buddy.
How do you want to be seen out yourself?
Don't plan on dying here.
Not saying ye are, but it's a dangerous world.
Bring me back home. Be buried next to me, Ken.
Just solemn nod, and we'll keep trying to wrap him in cloths. Like, all right.
And where is home? We are in the redwood forest. Were these redwoods? Were these trees here?
Mm.
Before you got stuck during the fight with the witch, they were probably tiny saplings.
Tiny trees have always been around here. Kezdakar's my home.
When was the last? How long ago were you most recently home?
I trekked this witch maybe 6 months before I was stuck. And then since then, it's unclear. Maybe 10, maybe 30 days. It's very hazy.
Very long days.
Yep.
The last time I was awake this much was when the druid was pestering me. He said he'd been pestering me for days.
Good. That's a long time.
I only remember the two.
And what made them memorable?
Well, they tried very, very hard to get my armor off, and only succeeded in taking my helmet. They were an interesting character. I would almost call them more animal than man.
How so?
No clothes. No tools, just a stick. And sticks strapped all over their body. They looked like a bush, a badger, and a deer all at once.
Incredible.
They have a name?
I was so distracted I never asked for their name.
Was it Nor? Did they wear the
No.
face of a boar?
No!
I don't know. They did not wear a boar's face, no.
It's probably for the best.
If you don't mind me asking, how do we be getting to your home, Kezdakar? I am new to this region. Just a young dwarfling myself. How do we be getting ye home?
This
I thought you were a
region
manling.
looks different than when I was here last, when I walked these woods.
Mountains rarely change. If we get up high, possibly you can look for some features that you remember that you recognize.
Yes, if we get inside a bowl of mountains, I should be able to find it.
You remember the bowl of the mountains.
Yes.
There is a large lake in the middle. But yes, we are not close, but we are within probably visual distance of such mountains. Of the bowl, we are to the east of it, in the forest.
Oh, good. Perhaps we can find Dwarven City between there and here. Maybe spread word ahead of us.
Maybe.
Spread word of what?
The witch is dead. The scourge is eliminated. They can stop hunting her.
Okay. Rune?
So, yeah, I do have a few questions. I'm basically... Rune at this point doesn't know if this guy's going to make it through the night, just based on your, like, whispering over in the corner. What I'm interested in as a player is trying to learn as much about Kezdakar as they can share. You know, what was it like? Tell me about your city. Anything that we might be able to use to, like, track that down, right? Because this, you know, that might be gone with this guy.
Okay.
So that's the angle Rune's going to be coming at. But what are all of you thinking?
I'd like to know more about the war. Like, what was the scale? Like, what side was he on? What were the stakes? Right?
Yeah.
What races were involved at the time? Like, what was this just a grudge? Then he got stuck by, unlucky circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to attempt to commune with Cass and see if there's any way that we can not have life catch up with this guy, as I assume his body might be rotting any second now, based off just how much time has passed and how
No.
much. Yeah.
How about you, Belenos?
I I think I'm just keeping an eye on him with, a healing word at the ready.
Okay.
Kind of just like keeping one finger on his vitals.
Don't you die on me.
All right. Roll me a medicine check, Belenos, for
You got it.
your nursely behavior. Whew.
Whoa.
23.
God
Yeah.
damn, boy.
You can tell his vitals are weak, but somewhat steady. He definitely has multiple levels of exhaustion. It seems like if he is kept in a kind of low stress environment and given shelter, food, water, and healing, he'll probably pull through, at least until he eventually grows old, or than he already is.
This dude has it off rough. He was already at the end. Like,
Yeah, this dude's beard is white. So he's
old-ass
already an
dwarf.
old ass dwarf man, and but you think you can get him through as long as you guys don't stress him out / like throw him into a fight or drop him on his head.
Yeah. Nervous chuckles now.
So real quick, let's start. I'm going to start with what Gek is asking of Cass. So what exactly are you trying to get out of Cass, J. Crew? What are you talking about?
I just would like to talk to her. She, knows a lot of people, being an oracle and all.
Mm-hmm.
And see if there's any way we can prolong his life for the service he granted to his kingdom that is fallen, and if there's a way that we can give him the rest of his life to live in this new world if he wants it.
Oh, there's so many ways we can do things for him. We can
man.
make him a vampire. He'd live a
Fuck.
really long time then.
Well,
I hear
think,
that there's
he
also
wouldn't die.
lycanthropes out in these redwoods. Maybe that would work. I hear some of them get longer lives.
Good.
There's these elixirs of immortality, but I don't actually know if that's worked out for many people. We could turn him into a god, but then he wouldn't really be living with these people. We could find some deity to give him his youth, but sometimes there's drawbacks to such a thing.
Just anything. I mean, will he make it through to live his life at the way we're going right now, with just making sure he's not gonna die? Or is time gonna catch up with him quicker in the next few weeks, do you know?
He would have lived longer in that suit of armor than he will with you. But
He would
you
have
can
lived
give him
forever, I think.
not forever, but for a very long time. But if you just want him to live out the rest of his life, just take care of him. Make sure they're healthy and happy. Besides, by the look of him in your own eye, he's already had a life. I don't think he needs you coddling him to make sure he has even more.
Oh, I just feel bad.
What for? What are you afraid
Hey,
of? What are you
He's
sad
been
about?
in these woods for so many years.
Not to him.
That's fair.
Nothing tragic has happened to him yet. Since you woken him.
I don't want him to, about his home.
Do you really think learning about his home will be that much worse than losing his family?
True. That happened like 30 days ago. Well, 30 days and 6 months.
Fair enough. Maybe he'll stay with us and we can be a new family for him, and we could just add him to our little pack.
Might be a fine way for him to live out his final days. We'll see.
Good to know. Thank you, Cass.
Okay. Now, Two Hands, you wanted to ask this guy a bunch of questions while he's getting tended to by the nurse and Rune. Fire away.
I'd like to know what the stakes, tell me about the stakes of this battle between you and the witch. Who else was involved? Who else would have been affected by their dark ways?
This witch was working for evil master, the demons, is what everyone said. She unleashed these monsters within my halls, somehow created entire cult. We crushed the demons quickly, but not before they do damage to my family, to royal family. Important dwarves. Dwarves who did not deserve such fates. Dwarves whose annals should have ended with something more glorious than being killed in their beds. We killed all the cultists we could find. This witch escaped. We tried tracking her down. We spread out all through the mountains, and eventually, after much sacrifice, I find where she is. I found her in her home. She tried to run from me. I tracked her down.
Is her home nearby? Was it nearby?
Yes, it was
Where?
very close. He looks back at his armor.
Yeah.
Swords are very different, but it was near large pond. That way. And he gestures to the northwest. It was gross pond. Disgusting. I'll never forget the stench.
And was it a hut? Was it below ground? Was it in the trees? Was it just a normal house?
It was a hut in the middle of water.
Gotcha. And tell me about these cultists. What all races were they?
He looks down in anger and just you can see his face tighten. All dwarves. It's despicable.
See, a battle between your people.
These cultists were not my people.
At one point in time, were they?
Perhaps.
I understand.
Because the Car Kingdom, we protect many nations of dwarves.
And were these dwarves of the mountains, dwarves of the deep?
No, it is not filthy Dulgar. They were hill folk. They say they were hill dwarves who lived by the sea, if I remember.
Rune, weren't Soba and the gang hill dwarves?
Aye. Sure that they were. Still many in this region.
We know of hill dwarf settlements in the area. The ones that I had mentioned to the south, near the peaks of the mountains. However, we are going on a boar hunt on their behalf and on the behalf of the elves. What was your relations with the elves during the time you spent hunting the witch?
Did not need to speak with them much myself, unless we go on collaborative war. They always envious of our shining halls. It is best relationship is greedy, shiny eyes think that they can take what is ours. But they cannot.
See,
Boar hunting. You just find me out here boar hunting.
we're
Well,
looking for a large white one.
it's not recreational.
What is so important about hunting boar, this white boar? Is it the spirit of the forest?
It's a sort of magical hybrid.
Abomination.
That's a good one.
Nice save.
I see.
It is the mistake of wizards and the dwarves alike that heeded this misuse of the powers that be. And we have all been summoned to deal with the issue, to make things right.
And what do you all have to do with these boar?
Well,
Why are
the
you
boar-
hunting them?
There are tickets to perhaps an easier dealing with the local dwarves and the elves in the area. It is a problem, and we're in a position to hopefully solve it to improve our standing in this area. It's a job.
Aye. And the one I'm looking forward to myself. Tell me. Just by any chance, was there a green dragon in your days? To the east.
Yeah, yes. There's a great green dragon to east of here in the middle of the plains. Of course. Many green dragons.
The biggest one you know of. Did it have a name?
Let me see. I do not do too much dealing with dragons myself.
Probably for the best.
Camtera, Camari, something like this.
Nice.
I know they say this green dragon is smarter than most. Not to underestimate.
So I hear. Like everything else in this world, its time will come.
Big old grin from Rune with that.
But yes, I suspect as before, the dragons control all of plains. We dwarves stick to our hills and mountains. The elves stick to their woods. And those dragon riders with them, they can have their plains. Not much there besides for growing farms.
I see. So you're home. Tell me about it. If we were to visit, what way would we travel? Where we are on the mountain. Where we are now.
Get me to Peak and Bowl, and I will point where we need to go.
The nod. Alright.
Is this, or as you say, we find dwarves around? I'm sure they can lead us there fastest route. Every dwarf in these hills should know how to get to Castacar.
You may find some roads may have changed. Some names may have changed.
In
Life
6
has a
months,
way of passing faster than you think. Belanos, would you have a nice way with words?
Nice save.
Perhaps we should talk more about this after you rest.
Gek just
Maybe
like,
after
no!
he rests. We're gonna ease him into this, Gek, Cass, whoever you are.
There will
Not
be
gonna stop the old man's heart. Not today.
Well,
there will be plenty of
as
time to discuss this
Cass
further.
said, do you
He
think he's going to
absolutely needs rest.
care? He found out his family
I'm just
died,
gonna
so
hush
he was
him.
scared.
Nice. So
I'm just gonna
Rune-
grab your mouth and just whoop.
Rune will probably sidetrack like, I've never been. It sounds like such a glorious place. Can you be telling us about it? About the halls before you left it? The splendors of it? I'd really can't wait to be seeing such a place myself, for me own eyes.
You must be with those little baby mountain dwarves who just started their own halls, eh?
Aye. Didn't know you'd have me pegged so easily. But hopefully, given time, you give us something to be striving towards. Something to look up to. Something to be proud of. Something that runs in all dwarven blood.
Alcohol?
Good call. Let me be getting us a few more drinks and we can be setting up camp. And Rune's like, why don't you be helping me, Gek?
Rune,
Two things
Rune.
Yeah.
I actually have a request about the golden sake. It helped me see what I needed to do, what we needed to do, in the magic and all that was surrounding him. I think it's better if we use that as a tool from now on and not necessarily for fun and drinking.
Thought drinking can be a tool too, but I get your meaning. We've other things, and that's not what I was planning. Nothing
I am
too
going to
fancy.
explore it a little bit more, though. So I'll let you get the drinks, but I'm going to sit quietly here for a moment and,
Sitting quietly works.
I would like to try and look more into those white squiggles around me right now and see if I can figure them out a bit.
Okay.
In the background, GM, Rune will be gathering just some supplies to be making camp, but also checking on the dwarf, just to see how he's doing, the bandit.
Okay.
So
And everybody wants to set up camp kind of like within far eyesight of the armor. That's kind of what I was picking up. Is that right?
Yeah, probably back towards where the cart was, which was like 200 yards back.
You
As
left
long
the
as there's
cart like 120 feet away. Sorry, what was that? 2 hands?
As long as the tendrils aren't like appearing to like try to snake closer to any of us,
Not really
like from the
happening.
armor.
No,
Okay.
it's not happening.
nice. Yeah.
Right, and then Belenos, anything particular you want to do or set up or think through?
I do have some questions for Thorgar, but they can wait until we're kind of settled in.
Oh, what kind of questions do you think?
I would like to ask him just a little bit more detail about the cultists and the witch.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know you must be exhausted, but if you'll humor me, I do have some questions. The cultists, did they use any kind of symbol to identify themselves or standard that they bore?
Yes, let me think here. They called themselves God, what was it? It's children of some strange name. Bujensny, something like this. And they have symbol. It's like yellow. It's nasty, like all the piss colors. They put on their robes. Oh god, I don't even know what creature it was. It's very recognizable though. It's the large eye and
A beholder.
what?
A beholder. A floating eye with stalks and eyes.
Oh no, it's
Oh.
I'm not a demonologist myself, but oh gosh, what does it look like? It
We
was
could have him draw it.
yeah,
We want to hand him just ink, quill, and
cool.
paper.
Go down there, Grandpa.
There you go. It It looked like this. This. Whoop. I'm gonna try and draw with a mouse, which is never a good idea, folks.
Oh, dude, I can't wait.
Show me that
Watch out,
MS
watch
Paint.
out.
Medusa?
Oops. No, I can only do one thing at a time.
Yeah,
Well,
the one.
damn.
Dude, I feel that, man.
This is terrible. He's not a good artist with his old man hands, and he will describe to you what he's drawing here.
Jesus Christ.
It's like creature thing with large eye, spiky jaw, spiky head, and has this weird arm with the spiky hands, the claws. It looked kind of like this. Again, hard to describe.
Sounds awful.
It was. We made sure to burn all of their robes.
Was this,
What a champ.
was this a being that they served, or
I think so. I did not ask many questions about how they do their practice, more of where they do their practice, you know what I mean?
fair
That's
enough?
great.
The less I knew, I figured, the less maybe this demon can get hold of me if I meet it.
Of course. As for the witch, do you know if she drew on any particular source of magic for her power? For example, blood or sacrifice or pain or stars?
It could be those. I don't know how she used her power, otherwise I would destroy that too. But I do know that, at least from what some of the higher-up cultists let us know, she definitely worshipped this demon. And she tried and bring it here. It was the artifact I broke. It was something to open door between here and somewhere else.
A fucking badass.
I figure, even if she kill me, best I use that door now.
I see. Well, thank you, Thorgar. We'll leave you to rest.
Hmm.
Is it still the I'm dying, I need to rest kind of?
He's very, very tired and could use a sweep for sure.
Okay.
Like an actual sleep, not like
Hopefully
a
we see him.
stasis pod sleep.
Yeah, hopefully you see this guy in the morning.
Yeah.
I think we've got enough of a lead.
Yes. Nobody asked what the witch's name is, but he would have said her name is Seraphina Tempest. That's what she called herself. Not sure if it's her real name. Hopefully all of her kin are dead, just like mine are. All right, so you guys build the camp out here in the woods within eyesight of the armor. Ask some fun questions of this guy. Rune, you said you wanted to poke this unconscious dwarf in the cart.
Yeah, spend it.
Okay.
Been sweeping for a while.
Anything else in particular besides that you guys want to do before trying to rest in the woods?
So I assume Rune told us about the light he saw a while ago while he was on the alcohol.
Oh,
Did you ever
the
tell
river?
us?
You guys wouldn't have not heard that. Rune was very vocal the entire process.
Mhm.
Seeing how the tendril, the tendrils were doing something, and he was so adamant on that, I want to try and find it while I'm still under the influence of this alcohol.
Okay. I'll have you roll me charisma, and then two hands. What were you saying?
I was
Before
going
you
to
get
say,
double-talked?
because we are in boar country,
Mhm.
there's a few things that I want to do. Number one, we should make sure that the cart is in either a defendable or a spot that we can easily escape from. I don't think that we should make camp too close to the cart, just in case, like, if we get charged or, if a fight breaks out, the cart isn't in danger.
Agreed.
Like your suggestion and mine, we can make some knotted ropes and tie them up into the trees in case we need to make a fast escape up. And perhaps we should set up some perimeter traps, some spike pits,
some snares.
And some snares, and just kind of turtle up for the night and just secure a perimeter because
So I
we're
actually have an idea about the ropes instead of making them knotted.
Mm-hmm.
When we did construction and we had to move things up, we would tie ropes up on the higher ledges of scaffolding and such for buildings. And we would tie rocks and drop them, and it would pull materials up on the pulley system. I was thinking if we get some heavy enough rocks and rune here, very strong, could tie them to the point where we pin them, and they're heavy enough rocks, we just have to hold on to the rope and then hit the tie, and then it would pull us upwards.
This sword would hold any rope you tie to it you want to cut.
Yeah, but I can fix it. So we can reuse the rope.
Yeah, it's good anchor. I've done this
Just
before
as a-
myself. It is a very good way to catch off in a tree.
It's essentially like a
Rune takes
like
notes.
a snare, like a snare, but it's a purposeful snare to raise you up it higher into the branches and get
Yes.
away from anything on the ground.
Now,
It's
I'd be
good
liking
idea.
that.
Cool. So for
Cool.
simplicity's sake, let's say you guys camp a little closer to the armor and sword and leave the cart about 120 feet away. You guys wanted to set up some basic kind of like spikes, pitfalls, snares, and then also quick escape ropes. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
All that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
For making a perimeter, I'm torn between nestling the cart safely in the perimeter somehow, or just leaving it outside the perimeter and like take all the food stuffs off of it and camouflage it. I think that's what I would be leaning towards: is take the foodstuffs off, camouflage it, and bring the foodstuffs in the circle, just so that, I mean, a boar is not going to try to destroy a cart if it's just a cart and it's just in the woods. Like, that would make no sense. But who knows? If it's not directly in our charge path, and if it's not got any food on it, they might smell our route around for, and it's camouflaged, I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
So that would be...
It's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. And if there's anything that we don't want to leave on there, great. Should be fine. The beast of burden. Do we want to bring that? I think we should bring Beastie inside and let him lay down in our perimeter.
Yeah,
I would
so he
be
doesn't get
worried.
scooped off by anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure, he's been a pretty good boy.
Yeah.
Great at animal handling myself. So
real quick, just thinking through materials you guys have. How many of you guys started out with rope?
oh gosh, let me
All
check
of us with the backpack or with the adventurer's kit.
I believe I had started with an explorer's pack. I think it was
Explorer's
50
pack
feet.
has 50 feet. Belenos, did your kit have rope, whatever you picked?
Yeah, I also had an explorer's
Okay.
pack.
So
Nice.
in grand total, you guys have roughly 350 feet total of rope.
Very
I think.
cool.
I was just trying to visualize. I was like, wait, you have one? Oh yeah, they had other rope in their packs. That's right. Because 150 feet's like not that much.
That goes real quick.
Yeah, that's like one tree escape, depending on how high you go up, one or two.
Nice. Okay.
So let's do a couple roly polies here. So you guys strategically find a spot for setting up your camp. That's fine. There's some big ass trees you can kind of use as a back behind you. You wanted to set up some pitfalls, and you said you wanted spikes in them too, or just pitfalls?
Spike pitfalls.
Spike pitfalls, cool.
Hey.
So finding some good old stickies around, sharpen them, stick them in.
Well, we've
some
also got
holes.
enough random fucking weapons that we could just stick some swords and some spears and
You
stuff.
could do
Load
that
up
too.
these spikes. That'd be much more effective.
Okay.
True. Yeah, we could just spend the extra time in the morning gathering. Sharpened sticks usually works well enough.
And then you've got the. How many
Either
escape ropes are you trying to set up? And are you guys
I don't
going
need
with
one. I can fly.
the rock weight?
Yeah, Rune would argue that they could probably climb a tree well enough as needed. Not too worried.
Okay.
It'd be good to test the rock weights first, just to see if they work as intended.
Yeah.
So
Just
let's
see
test them
Shaska in
first.
snake form just get fucking
But
flung, just
the,
goes flying.
Ironhelm would actually say, no, you need a bigger rock until you get the right size.
Nice,
or
nice.
Bigger. How fast do you want to be escaping?
Probably 30 feet every 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah, that's probably good. And, sure, whoever set up this first one, I'm assuming hopefully you have proficiency in survival, this guy would give you advantage.
A
I think Bellanos and I have proficiency in survival, and I think Rune does too, right?
Rune's got survival.
whoever's
Rune
setting
probably
this
just
up-
moved the rock.
Whoever's setting this up, go ahead and roll with advantage.
Do
I'll
it, Bellanos.
I'll get back to you, Gek, don't worry.
Okay.
Ooh, good thing
17.
that was survival with advantage. That was that one you guys avoided.
Hey.
Cool. So 17. Yeah, you guys set it up, and it works as intended. It's definitely scary as this rope just kind of careens you up into the trees, and then you have to kind of climb back down. The best way is usually tie the rope up there on the branch and just slip down the other side instead of the rock. But yeah, it works. It's pretty simple.
So, I guess hold on to the rope when you go up, so you can have a way down.
Yes. Otherwise, the
Okay.
rope's going and you're stuck in a tree.
Nice. I mean, they'd be. I could climb down.
Yeah. So the only questions I have with the rope escape: how high up the trees do you want to go flying, and then how many do you want to try and make?
We don't need to go far, right? Like,
Mhm.
really, just like 30 feet would be max. 10 feet would be minimum. I'd feel safe at 20. I'd feel safer at 30.
Okay, just say 30 feet then, and then
Yep.
do you want to make one for everybody, or what's the plan here?
I can
This-
levitate if need be, so I'm okay.
Would Sweet Locket want one, or would she prefer to climb if we did this strategy, or if we got rushed by boar or something?
Looks fun.
Okay.
Maybe give me a big rock. I want to go up high.
No.
Okay. So you make
Cool.
a bunch of
Cats.
those. Yeah, cats.
I don't think we have any way of securing the beast to one of these trees. I just don't think we have anything that would ever be strong enough. So
Not
no
really.
bother. You know what? Because the thing is, if it gets spooked, whether it's in our circle or out of our circle, and it's connected to the cart, it's going to rip free from the cart. So if
Yeah.
it's not connected from the cart, we can hopefully track it down. If we have to go after it, it's a big thing. It's going to leave big footprints. You know, if we find it, calm it down, we bring it back. It's not the end of the world. So
Yeah. Sounds
that
good
would
to me.
be the plan. And yeah, I'd say let's see how it goes.
Okay. And then whoever's doing the pit traps, go ahead and do a survival roll for those, and then I'm going to get over to Gek's vision quest here.
Nice.
Rune, you want to help me set up some trappies?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got proficiency in survival. Rune could be helping out.
Samesies.
You want to give it a go?
What's your modifier?
I mean, it's just a +1, but like,
Okay, so is mine. Cool. Okay.
give it a go.
Okay.
Rune will just be hands-on muscle. Let's go.
Roll away.
Belenos, can you guide us?
Of course.
Oh, don't dig there. There's a
Phenomenal.
giant granite deposit.
Yeah. Let me tell you about a time where we laid many traps like this. You see,
A 16.
it was a great time. In fact, a 16 out of 20. And
Okay.
we were chasing one particular rascal.
80%.
Kept avoiding our efforts. And well, one day we got him.
Okay.
It was a trap like this that did the trick. Just all nasty pit. Just totally fucking nasty.
Ugh,
We got like spears coming out everywhere, each direction, you know,
Jesus.
murder
For-
hill.
placement of these traps, are you just trying to do
Mhm.
like a perimeter around, like randomly placed in areas, or what's your kind of planning for placement?
Yeah, it'd be like a staggered placement of traps in
Mhm.
a perimeter, and then like I would show everybody where this perimeter is, and I would leave one spot open, like a very small pathway that isn't trapped. Like let's just say that there's two little trees. Like in between those two little trees is like the one area that's not trapped, you know, somewhere inconspicuous that doesn't
Okay.
seem noticeable, you know. That could
Yeah.
be our escape route.
Nice.
Drill it into everybody's head that like this whole ring is trapped.
Alrighty.
We could probably make some branches pulled back with some sharp sticks drilled through them, kind of held back by vines that could be triggered. If the vines are broken, those things could lash out, Rambo First Blood style.
So yeah, you basically goblin trap this whole area. Cool.
It's a very fitting description.
Alrighty. So Gek, with your 20 charisma, and you're having a decent time with the golden sake, you're trying to find this river of light that Rune was talking about so darn much. And with that 20 charisma, you do end up eventually finding it through some concentration. And honestly, like some meditation, you find, even with your eyes open, that all the visuals around you go to blackness, except for the squiggles, and down far below you, you end up seeing this kind of river of pure light.
And I want to go towards it.
Okay. So you start going towards it, and you feel it really wanting you to go towards it. You feel you really want to go towards it. It's like just this confusing allure to go closer and closer to this light. And you find yourself drifting closer and closer and closer. We will come back to you in a moment as you're kind of trancing and going through that. Real quick, Rune, did you still want to talk to the dwarf you guys knocked out right now, or do you want to save that for later?
Honestly, let's save it for later. We'll just do a general health check. Wouldn't be trying to wake him right now. I'd probably end the night eventually with a little prayer to some dwarven gods, but that doesn't need to happen now.
Okay. Roll a little medicine check.
Sure. That will be a 5.
Cool. Yeah.
Stuff.
Just tighten that gag, you know? Looks like he's drooling on it.
Oh.
Let's see. That's not where I thought that was. Aha, there we go. All right. So, Gek, roll me a wisdom save.
Wham! That is a 17.
Nice. Okay. So you do feel this strong urge to go towards this light, but you're able to keep control of yourself enough to, if you want to go straight into it, you can. If you don't need to. But as you're kind of forcing yourself down, you're kind of noticing that the river is getting closer, but it wasn't directly underneath you, if that makes sense. So it's almost like it's rising up and getting flatter. Like you're maybe coming down to the plane on which it's flowing.
I'd like to not go into it, but I'd like to get, relatively close, I guess, not on the edge, but on the, if it's a
On the bank?
river, then like a bank. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the word.
So you keep going down, but not directly by it, and you do finally land. Your feet touch something solid, and you're standing on this plain of blackness, watching this river flowing all around you.
Whoa.
And roll me a perception with disadvantage.
15.
Okay, that's plenty actually to.
Missed out on that nat 20. Damn.
No, darn. That would be awesome if you rolled a natty, but you did not. Sorry. You notice a little ways away and along the riverbank, it looks like there's something or someone else sitting there. There's a form. It looks like they're wearing maybe a man with a white shirt sitting with their back to the bank of this white river.
I would like to approach him.
Okay. As you're walking, there's this muffled echo of your footsteps, almost like you're walking on some kind of black moss. And without turning to look at you, you hear the man speak up. Don't go any closer to the river. Stop.
Why?
You'll be lost in it.
Are you lost in it?
No.
Then why are you here?
Same reason you are.
Interesting. It helped me free a man from a 3,000-year-old dead kingdom. That's when he was last trapped there, at least. I was curious to learn more about the squiggles and how they might be able to aid me.
Squiggles. Yeah. They have a name. So.
SOW or SOL?
No, he said they had a name. He
doesn't-
chuckled, and he
doesn't
doesn't tell you the
elaborate?
name. Yeah, he just laughs.
What's the name?
First, you tell me how you got here. What did you
I
do?
drank some magic sake. And my friend, he was perplexed by the river and made his way here. Tried to, at least, and well, after seeing the kind of magic the squiggles had on that one person and doing that, I had to assume this might have been a source of it, or at least a branch from the source.
You're not that far off, actually. That sake you drank, it's the blood of this river of light. And he kind of shuffles and turns so he can see with one eye. That's not the only thing you've touched. You have a mushi in your eye, too.
Sorry?
Your eye.
Oh, what?
Mushi.
Is that what the squiggles are called?
Yes. Mushi.
Mushi. Hey, I'm known for being a bit crazy when I'm not when I'm more corporeal. But yes, it was shiny. What's it doing in my eye?
You're going to need to be careful. There are all sorts of shiny and attractive versions of these mushi. Some of them are dangerous. Some of them are harmless. The ones that seem to be screaming out for attention are more likely to be dangerous.
One that I freed from that lumbering cocoon. He said he got one in his eye and he pulled his own eye out.
It's too bad I couldn't give him some medicine. Could have saved the eye.
Can you save my eye if something bad's happening to it?
His peripheral vision from his right eye, which is this kind of otherworldly aquamarine color. The other thing you notice looking at it, it's not circular, the colored part. It's like this vertical oval. Your eye's not too far gone. We should find each other. I could find some medicine to help you on the way. Where are you?
Now? Oh, I'm in the woods.
The woods.
Can't really read maps that well.
He takes a
What was the name
drag
of the
of
city
his.
we were rowing next to?
Fucking
His-
hits a ciggy.
He hits his ciggy. It looks like he has this rolled up sort of paper. He takes a big drag on it, and when he blows out, it's not smoke. It's almost like this silken, weird weaving thing fading off away on the wind. I'll see what I can figure out. And head
Cass
towards
could
you.
probably tell you. Do you know Cass?
No.
Oh. Cass, where am I?
Nothing.
Oh, that was awkward.
Look. I don't want to tell you enough to get you in any more danger. Just
It's a mood.
that feeling you had looking at this light river that drew you down here. That feeling is dangerous. In fact, if I
Desire
hadn't been
is
sitting
dangerous.
here and told you not to keep going, you might have been lost forever in this light. Never step into this river of light. Never let it draw you in completely. In fact, it's best not to look at it at all, especially not directly.
Slyly turns away and looks at him through my peripheral.
Are you gonna let him tell you to never have any fun in that cool river?
Just
Yikes.
dives in. All right.
So roll your
Roll
character. Now.
46.
Did you say 46? No, 40 d6.
I can make it.
Ooh.
If you should ever find yourself near these banks again, please don't go close to the river. Well,
Desire isn't one to tempt me that well, so I'm hoping that I won't, but magic is another thing, so I'll promise that I can't.
go ahead and roll me a charisma save.
14.
That is not enough. I think it's time for you to go. I'll do what I can to find you. Don't get in any more danger with these lights. And that silken thing comes up and wraps around behind you and drags you up very quickly.
Wait, what's your name?
Genko.
Wait a fucking minute.
He says Ginkgo.
Ginkgo, memory man, memory
Oof,
supplement man. I love it. Ginkgo root.
I see you, Shaq.
Yeah.
And I come back and it's 40 years later. Oh, God.
Wait a fucking minute. That's pretty good.
So, and then, yeah, the blackness is gone, and you're a lot more sober feeling than you were before. The squiggles are still visible, but you're not in the black ocean of blah, 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 blah. And we've been going for a minute. I know a few of you have already taken breaks. Do you guys want to do a break proper?
I would like one, yeah.
Yeah. I think now's a good time, unless there's any last things you want to do, Gek.
I just want to whisper under my breath. Moosh.
Okay. Cool. So let's take a 10 to 15 minute break. I'm gonna get some caffeine, and we will resume. Turn on break screen. No. There you go. There we go.
I have this little squish ball.
Yeah. It's a pretty looks like it's pretty relaxing.
It is honestly kind of annoying in my hand now,
Oh no.
but I can't stop squishing it. Like the feeling's just getting weird.
Gotcha. I used to have a bowl of pretzels. Those are usually nice, nice little distraction, fixation. But I'm gonna go refill my bowl because I ran out. So I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. How did you spell Ginkgo?
Ginko.
Ginko. I spelled that way wrong.
Whew. Spoilers if you Google too much.
I was just trying to figure out what, because was that picture a picture of them from the anime? Because they looked really familiar.
Yep, they're it's a manga and an anime series for sure.
I will not Google them.
Unless you want spoilers.
I'd rather wait until I find out more about it, then I'll watch the anime.
Oh, it's one of the few anime that most people haven't seen because it's just so sweepy.
The only reason I have seen it is because it was like one of the 8 anime that were on Netflix in like 2012.
For a little bit, yeah. When Netflix was like, we could do anime. No one cared about this one. We got
Wait,
it.
what was the anime?
Mushi.
It's called Mushishi.
Yeah, Mushishi. She with SHI at the end.
Interesting.
Yes. This is why I get confused. I'm like, is this magic or is this life? Between life,
Yes.
I don't know. Sometimes it'll be magic.
My biggest fear was that this guy was gonna wither in like a day, and I was like, fuck. We could have just let this guy live out the rest of his time here, but now he only has a day left.
That drawing definitely reminds me of something, but I can't quite get there. It's like taunting me.
Good.
So you can tell me yes or no or refuse to answer.
Always.
But is that River of Light a ley line? Or is it related to a ley line?
I'll say it's similar to a ley line.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Grab another drink, actually.
Because at least in Evermore's lore, the way you describe that is pretty much identical to how we describe ley lines.
Mm-hmm.
River of Light, far beneath the surface.
Yep.
Don't go into it or you'll burst.
Very, very similar to a ley line, yes. But it's not an arcane ley line.
Okay. Interesting.
I think he called it a river of light or a river of life or something. A river of light, right? Yeah.
Aha, I have returned.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, yes. What's up?
Oh, go ahead.
Nope.
Oh, sure. I was just gonna say, I ended up ordering a heated blanket because the one that I have is giving out, and I don't trust it anymore. I just wanted to do a brief check-in. Same rules probably still apply. Like, if you're not using it, unplug it. Use it when you're using it.
Definitely how I would recommend using any device
Don't
that is
make
designed to
a
heat.
fire hazard.
Unless it's a furnace, you keep your consciousness on the device while it is doing its heating.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely. I just wanted to give you a heads up,
I used to have a really nice heated blanket.
Batteries.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead,
Sammy
Oh,
took
no.
his
No!
bottle of chocolate milk at the time, unscrewed the lid, and just dumped it into like the DC-AC inverter.
Jesus Christ.
Plugged into the wall. Like while the shit was on. And it just started fucking smoldering and smoking. He's like, whoa! He's like 2. And I'm just like, I'm laying on this blanket right now. Like, I'm gonna fucking die. So that ended that blanket.
You should get a battery strip of LED batteries and leave them plugged in constantly, and make sure they're really crappy LED batteries.
It was a full-sized electric blanket, man.
Fuck, those are expensive.
Yeah. It was. That's my life, and my kids break all my shit.
You're over here. It was.
Yep.
Damn, dude.
Ironically, blankets are like a huge commodity in like Utah that we have this whole like special shop that's like all over. It's called like a Minky Couture that just makes specialty blankets, and people go and spend. They're like $90 blankets though. It's like silks and fancy fabrics, and I'm like, y'all spend money on the weirdest things.
Okay, get them bamboo fiber sheets. Those are like the best summer sheets, man.
Ooh, but I can one up the bamboo with the
All right.
eucalyptus sheets. 'Cause
What?
that's what I use.
You told me about that.
Pants sheets.
I want silk
Pit
sheets, but I also want silk pajamas, so I
Dude,
can just
silk-
slide on out of my bed.
Silk annoys me, man. Like, I need a little bit of friction on my bed. I don't know. Like, I remember one time we tried, like, we got silk sheets, and, like, Nicole was in, like, a silk nightie, and I could just, it's like a hockey puck almost.
You ever played air hockey? It's like that.
Yeah, it's like air hockey. Yeah, just whoop, whoop. It was uncomfortable. Like I need some grounding, but I also need to be able to breathe. But yeah, dude, the eucalyptus sheets, something tencel or whatever, man, the most breathable, coolest sheets ever.
I keep falling asleep with like lots of stuff on my bed, so I have to sleep in a weird angle because I refuse to put my laundry away.
Dude,
That's
You
just
sound like my wife.
extra cuddles, man. That's all
yeah,
that is.
I usually just make it into a nest. I'm pretty ratty, so anything I have an emotional attachment to that's poor quality, integrated into the bed.
Speaking of being ratty, I was
Sorry,
looking
I
through
can't go on.
childhood pictures with River. River was like, you know, who's that, all that stuff, like pictures of me as a kid. And I'm noticing, I'm like, either I must be really warm or really poor, because in most of these shirts where it's like me and other kids my age, I have no shirt. They have like full flannel outfits on because it's the early 90s.
Yeah.
I'm just, who's that kid with no shirt? Like, yeah, that's your weird dad who's always a million degrees.
He runs hot.
He's just, they just turned him all the way up. I don't know why he's always cooking.
No chill.
But like,
But
yeah, you know, I'm in this t-shirt, and Alu, who's in the same house, is in a big ass fuzzy jacket.
Oh, not just that. So you've got my shirt, I've got my dress shirt, I've got my big ass fuzzy jacket, and thermal socks.
Yeah, something's wrong with me. Anyways,
It goes both ways.
I don't know how much of it was low SES and how much of it was I was just warm, but I was like, wow, yeah, like half these pictures of me as a kid, I have no shirt. And I'm like, I'm not at home. I'm out and about. I'm in the world. This is not me in my front yard. I'm at the park. I'm at the zoo with no shirt. Awesome. All right.
Yes.
It's this one. That's still me.
You guys all ready to go back to Game Town? You guys?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, yammer.
I have one request
Uh-oh.
before we set up our watch and everything.
Mhm.
I think that we should make an old guy a hammock, a high hide out of harm's reach. I don't want him getting spooked and having to get sucked into any trouble that we stir.
This keel's over. Yeah, no, that's actually a solid idea.
Yeah, I was planning on sleeping up in the trees myself, so if I can find like a good enough perch, I could just nest him kind of near me, and then I can keep the range on him.
Grandpa wakes up. That's terrible. Don't say that joke. Shut up, Alu. Anyways, not a bad idea. I'm all for that.
Cool.
Who's a ground dweller?
Okay.
Well, what are we gonna do with our prisoner? What are we gonna do with the prisoner?
So, my long-term goal is to, like wake him up, basically try and recruit him, get him equipped, get a feel for him. Short-term, Rune will probably just have him with Rune, like, we'll just carry him out, like lean him up against a tree. Hopefully they're not dead at this point. They've been sleeping a while. Might do a
That's what you're supposed to
check-in
do with a concussion, right? Is sleep.
Yeah.
Might do a check-in with Belenos. Like, is he good? I thought he was tough. He was swole. Eventually, when he wakes up, I want to have that conversation, include everybody in the party.
Yeah.
But right now, you can just think Rune is taking over him Look at him though, Belenos. I'm
Rune.
just saying.
Rune,
Nah.
I think your fellow should rest in the center of our camp. The binds will probably be enough, but just imagine he might be comfortable right there.
Sure.
That is all.
Keep him within a few paces. Nothing wrong with that.
Ah,
they
just
wait-
right in the middle. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. If they be waking up, we could be having the talk then. Some food, some water. At least we could be sparing them.
Yeah.
Depending on how they be acting.
Well, we've already seen the measure of the man. So they say. But if you wish to perform more tests, that is fine too.
Yeah.
We should put some of this food in the trees.
Hmm.
Or at least store it up high.
Me, when hunting, me dad taught me a trick. It's, we have some garments or a container here. We could rope them, tie them up, hang them from a tree. It's from, those big shaggy fellas with the long claws, so they couldn't get into it too easy.
Hmm.
Druids. I've heard of them.
Nasty folk. Just chuckle. That's good. Could be setting some of that up. Do you want me to be doing that now?
Aye.
And do anything else before we be calling it? Want to say a small prayer to. Well, it looks more like a shrine than anything now. Before we be calling it a night.
What shrine?
Well, the armor and the sword. It kind of looks like a shrine now.
I would not pray to that after what Gek has described.
No,
That's just me.
the Mushi were feeding on him. Or giving him stuff. I couldn't tell.
Very interesting.
It's been a long time for me. I don't consider myself very in with the gods. I doubt any of them will be listening. But in case they
You'd be
are,
surprised.
oh. You know, I've been thinking. Belenos, you're a religious man. What's a
Yeah.
god to ye?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this. Until very recently, I didn't necessarily believe that my order worshipped a particular. I'm going through kind of a crisis of faith at the moment, so I don't know if I'm in a good position to answer this for you.
Well, I'm not asking about what your order was believing. What is a god to you? Not asking about any specific job. I'm not looking to hire ye on a job. What's your gut tell ye? Or your heart? Certainly not your brain. That seems confused. But it's not the
God.
only thing you need to be speaking with.
Gods are sentient manifestations of the divine, of the pure essence of the stuff of the universe, what it's made of.
Mm.
Does that help?
But what about ye, Gek? You said gods are listening in. What's a god to you?
Can it die? No. Can it meddle in your life? Yes. Cass isn't a god, but Cass is very much so like a god to me because they can see the future, and gods can meddle with the fate. Just as they please. Cass can do that. She could just lie about someone's fortune. But she doesn't. She's a good person.
What about ye, Shaska? Do you have any gods? What's a god to you?
To me, I'm not sure. But the Yanti believe in a few. Notably the one called Seth. It is believed in its presence the only emotion that is acceptable is the emotion of pure glee and satisfaction, but only while you torture your enemies alive and spill their blood in a sacrificial means to really just to kill. That's really it. there's nothing more. It's sickening that, number one, that would be means of worship, and two, that would be, well, that would just be okay by the many. I think in a way it is one of the ways that my people are oppressed. Oppressed with such a barbaric view on the world, and I mourn for my people. I mourn for many things, and the god that we supposedly follow and get our magic from. It is sad, and so religion, gods, fate, destiny. I am not sure how they're connected. I'd like to think that I have a means of control over my own, and if I try hard enough, that perhaps I can be in control of mine, and maybe that will be enough.
Heavy words. Sounds like your people have been through a lot. You've been through a lot. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and, well, my time with those slavers, it's the lowest I've ever been. Broke bonds together. Changed our futures to our own making. Has me thinking others might be deserving a chance. Now, I don't be seeing myself as one to be meddling with the gods. But the greed, that great green to the east, think we'd be doing the lands a good service if we could be bringing them or their kin low. I'm sure some see him as a god. What all ye be making of that? Is it a fool's errand? Suicide? Something worth pushing after?
What is
None of
your
our business.
stake in this fight?
My stake? Well, besides being likely one of the most renowned in the region if we manage to take her head, the countless riches I'm sure we would find following that. But I don't really be thinking none of that is too important to me. I know that men, dwarves, elves, whatever, have a wicked streak, can be cruel. I'm not sure putting an end to the greed, the Great One, would stop slaving in these lands, or might break your people from their bonds, Shaska, or make all our dreams come true, but
What do you know of my people and their bonds?
nothing. Not a damned thing. But I know slavers had us. Seem
You
to
know
have some.
slavers.
I know they'd be working for the green. Or at least that's what I've been hearing. Quite a few times now. What do ye know? More than me, I gander.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, recently, I've been hearing from many of the folk. Those dwarves we talked to when drinking the green sake. The ones that we broke binds from. Those dragon folk as they flew away. A lot of it seems to tie back to some big scary dragon. You talked about your people being in the east. They talk about this great dragon that runs the slave into the east. Might have been wrong of me to think there was some sort of connection there. Is there none?
There is. I'm just curious at your stake in it. Am I interested? Yes, but does not compute. But it doesn't have to. That's a goal that you wish to pursue. It will be arduous. It will be tough. And it will likely result in your death, as well as mine. But
Almost certainly. So that's why I'm asking now. If that's trouble that she would allow me to be bringing all of our way, or if it's something we want to be avoiding.
it is not an easy road.
Easy's
There.
never been fun for me.
It's full of many hard truths. Ones that I will have to face, and ones that you will choose to face with me, or not.
I've yet to find something that can knock me on me arse. So when I say I have your back, you can't be taking that lightly. But what about you two? Belanos, Gek? I can't be speaking for either of ye.
I think we were all captured by a large collection of idiots. I think we all ran away from pigs 2 days ago. I think killing a great green dragon is a noble aspiration, but perhaps one, maybe a more long-term goal than anything we need to be worried about in any immediate sense.
Oh, of course. But if I go around calling myself Rune Slayer of Greed, that's tend to attract some attention we don't be wanting. So if you're not on board, the name's a work in progress. I'm thinking about it.
You know, the last time somebody did that, they wound up as a slave. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Was
Yeah.
their name Shaska?
Fuck. Oh, that would be so cool. What's that your name before this? How come you get all the cool nicknames? The Slytherin Step.
You should watch your tongue. We are not out of the woods yet.
Yep, it's still there.
What about Egek?
I told you my goals. I don't really care what else we do besides that, as long as we find Darren. Speaking of gods, though, and who they worshipped, you know, Darren, he worshipped Taylor Brightaxe, goddess of luck, battle, joy. God of luck in battle, joy of battle, and dwarven fighters alike. But you're a manling, so I don't know if you'd like that too much.
I mean, I like battle. I love battle. Checks out for me. Don't gotta be a dwarf to enjoy that. Glances around
Fair enough.
nervously. Well, let me know if you don't want me bringing more trouble than what it's worth to our merry band.
I told you, if it gets too bad, I'll just leave y'all. No offense, but
None taken. Especially because, well, I don't think you could get too far on your own, and we have some very talented trackers here. I can assure you we'd find you within the night.
okay.
Now, if you remember, my word's not to be taken lightly. I'll show you true friendship.
Okay, just don't touch me this time.
Oh, that's awful. Just some thoughts. Just things they've been thinking about.
Okay. So, some campfire talk done.
Woo.
I think I have a pretty decent idea of what you all are set up like in these woods. And sounds like everybody's trying to get a rest in. Is there anybody taking watch?
I'll take first watch.
Okay.
How many spells do you need to charge up?
I have none right now, but I only need an hour.
Ooh. Brim could take
I
first
can just
watch.
pipe here. Well, I can just vibe here for an hour. Leave my
That's
bunny
true.
to do the watching.
You're right.
If your bunny has to alert one of us, is that going to interrupt your nap?
No.
Okay. Well,
Somebody can come over. I'll tell them that if they do, I'll have them come wake you up. So if it's within the hour, if not, I'll just holler down from the tree.
All right. Here's what I want to know, first of all, from Gek. What is your ideal outcome for this rest in the woods?
The whole thing, or just like my rest?
For this long rest for your group, what is your ideal outcome?
My ideal outcome.
Mhm.
Oh no.
We stabilize the one dwarf and have a conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
We stabilize
And look at
Thorgar and make sure he is safe.
Mm-hmm.
And then hopefully have the boar come morning.
Okay.
Not like in the rest we find the boar, but like
Yo,
in the
dude,
morning we're
comes
Like-
and they
getting
just
close
roll
to
Like
out.
you guys wake up, have your morning coffee, and the boar roll up like, yo, like that's your ideal outcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, that's not my ideal outcome. My ideal outcome
Wakes up in the morning. Oh fuck!
you're like a spot of
Well,
tea.
God's
that
got
we
it.
find the
Closes,
boar in the
hangs up
morning.
4. Click.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
So you're clarifying your ideal outcome is a peaceful night with stabilization. No interruptions.
stabilization so that the dwarves, both of them, can get some rest so
Okay.
that they are relatively healthier.
Gek most afraid of happening tonight?
Not a loaded question at all, G.
Oh shit.
With the
The
party,
thing
not
that
just you,
Gek
but with the
is
party.
most afraid of happening this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, those bronze dragons are the slavers rolling up.
Okay.
Sleep.
Go ahead and roll me.
Campfire.
Go ahead and roll me a survival check, Gek.
First time.
Normal. 17.
So 13 on the die, 17 with your guide.
Yeah, I didn't.
Got it.
More bandits. No.
Okay. So we're middle of the table, closer towards what you want to happen. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Roll me 2d4, Gek.
2d4. 4.
Okay. So nothing happens for 4 hours as you guys are resting.
Whoa.
Cool, long
Which
rest for
means-
me.
Belenos and Gek both get a long resticle then.
So that means it's Ruin and Shaska's watch.
Dude. The
Or you could
Or
leave
it's
it
gonna
up
be
to
like,
the elves still,
"Let's
technically.
fucking go.
you wake up just angsty as hell. Like.
So 4 hours into the night.
You know what? I do kind of like leaving it up to the elves.
Yeah, we should definitely leave it up to the elf. Shaska wakes up like, yeah, so talking about my family's really got my blood running.
Belenos, Gek, you guys have fulfilled your meditations enough to get your long rests in.
Oh.
So the rest of the watch is up to you, fellers.
I'll just stay awake in my tree.
Okay.
It's a pretty cool tree.
And I assume we brought Thordar up here in a hammock a bit off the ground just under me.
I think that's what you described, which is fine. Doesn't seem too hard to do.
Hell yeah, brother.
He's probably just restlessly trying to sleep.
Makes sense. First time you can stretch in 5,000 years.
Okay. Well, those rolls.
I want to give this guy coffee.
Dude,
What is this mystical
his
drink?
heart just gives out.
Been 5,000 years since I've had the magic beans.
And then you guys brought your big old beastie into the center of camp, surrounded by traps.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Okay.
Is my hope.
And
Sure, this
then-
thing's feet are probably like way too big for these traps.
They're pretty big feeties. Let's see. What would this thing roll? Let's do that.
It's a good question, GM.
Wow. Okay. And do you guys make a fire with your camp tonight, or are you trying to?
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah, we're
Nah.
cozy, dude.
Fucking make a fire.
All right, fire made and
looking
everything. So, right as Gek and Belenos come out of their rest, maybe it's even what kind of stirred them out of their meditation. You hear like a twig snap, like a little bit ways out. Maybe 100, 200 feet away. It's a little hard to tell. You have to roll active percepis if you want to try and look at what it might have been.
Bunny would be immediately looking over there because that was their task for the night.
Mm-hmm. So Bunny running over there. Roll perception with them.
Nice.
That is F6.
Okay. So you walk over kind of near where the thing made the sound, but you don't see what it was. Belenos, you're awake too if you want to be. It's up to you if you want to engage or not.
Yeah, I'll roll perception.
Okay.
23.
Yeah, 23 is plenty. And it's just a bear.
It's them goddamn bears.
So there's a bear with its head kind of low to the ground, sniffing about, kind of following the trail of food from your cart, kind of towards your camp. It's not going fast. It doesn't seem worried. Just kind of slowly like, what's this? What's this? Yes.
I wonder if it has any cubs around that might want to be a friend. Forever.
And
That's messed up, sir.
Forever. Damn, man. Jeez.
Bear's like, I'm not supposed to live for 5 months.
It sniffs out your bunny.
Oh no.
That's okay. He has one life anyways.
And unless the bunny is extraordinarily good at a dex save, they're going to get caught by this bear. You get 1 dex save. 7 is not it.
Plus
no.
I'm doing it for you, DM.
9.
No, sorry.
Nah, dude, that ain't it.
I had
The
the bunny
bear
looking for cubs.
goes like really like almost pretending not to see the thing, and then just pounces from behind a tree and just like munches it up. And then like
Probably super disappointing.
yeah, you're not even real bunny, just kind of like gets Spider-Man phased into dust.
It's like when you drink diet soda.
Yeah, just like
with
what
no
is
sugar.
this? What is this? There's no sustenance.
Sugar free.
Bear goes
Sugar free,
into a
caffeine
rage.
free, flavor free.
Bunny zero.
Calorie
Yeah.
free.
Bunny zero.
Bunny zero. It's not even the ingredient list.
Horned bunny zero. Now in absolute no flavor taste. So yeah, bear does that and just lets out like little rumble. Let's see. Are you more hungry or less hungry? You are.
So can I see where it's at now since I can detect where my thing is?
It's just got mauled.
Belena sees it, and yeah, you kind of know where your bunny just got gobbled up.
How far away is it roughly?
How far away did you send your bunny? 70 feet? I don't know.
He was patrolling the camp, so he's within the.
You sent him towards the sound. So how far out would you send him?
To the sound.
Okay, so yeah, you probably sent him to the edge of the range, and then he got caught there. So just say the bear's 100 feet away.
Nice.
Okay. I'm just gonna yeet some meat, maybe as far as I can, away from the camp. So
Awesome.
if my tree is in the middle of the camp,
This is amazing.
I would
Roll athletics.
Yeah. Oh
Give him
no.
the old meat eat.
So you pull out some kind of meat from your pockets, and You're gonna try and yeet
So-
some meat out into the woods.
That is a 17 GM.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Let's see.
I want to see what the blessed request looks like. Belos, I want to throw some meat in the boots.
He can guidance himself now. He doesn't need me.
I have guidance
Yeah.
myself.
He can guide himself.
Cass, hey Cass,
Yes.
I want to.
I wish to eat the meat.
I wish. Hey, Cass, I wish to eat the meat. Can you help me out?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Cass, don't look. It's weird.
Yeah, do it if you're watching.
Can't do it for watching.
I will
I s-
protect Graham.
Still need a helping hand though.
So you take this meat and you like throw it with almost a frisbee like throw, so it can
Dude,
catch on the
that's
wind.
That's such a good visual. It's like a fucking ham
Beat up
steak
in the
just
tree,
frisbeeing
so-
off into the woods.
Little boar burger disc goes flying into the forest towards this bear, and lands just like 20 feet away from it. So yeah, good job. The bear definitely gets a little spooked at the meat slab crashing into the brush next to them, and like gets all big for a second, and then like smells the air, and then tromps on up and scarfs down the Borberg. That happens, and now it's sniffing around more, trying to figure out how to get more Borbergers.
Dang it.
Dude,
Didn't work
just
like I thought it
give
would.
him the trap. Give him the trapoli.
Trapolioli.
We've
Anything
got our
you-
good food high.
Yes. Anything you're up to, Belanos, while this bear is getting meat discs thrown at it?
I think I'm just keeping an eye on it. If it gets within like 60 feet, I'll probably alert Shaska and Rune, but just watching it for right now.
Okay.
I'd say just see what the trap wall does, man. You know, we got it there for a reason. Like if it lets us sleep, it lets us sleep. You know, I'm kind of curious.
Right.
You
What if this is the druid?
know,
Fuck 'em.
something I didn't ask,
Fuck
and I'm assuming you guys would have done, is you're trying to hide the pits. You're not just having open pits, right?
Correct.
Just
It'd probably
making
make
sure.
sense to. It'd probably make sense to leave one side like visible for a possible escape by the beast, but I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about that when I said put pits around it, but
It's okay.
I don't know. Is what it is.
So the bear will be slowly meandering towards the camp. Hopefully you can kind of imagine just like sniffing around, rubbing on a tree, sniffing over here. Is there any berries? No, fuck. All right, still gonna.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of following their nose slowly. Now they have reached with 60 feet away from the trap, which is probably like, I don't know, 40, 50 feet away from the perimeter, something like that. And let's see if bear can see these traps. The answer is just one below being able to see traps.
I don't know.
You guys ever eat bear?
Can actually make you sick.
Yeah,
Cook
it's
it,
kind of
right?
poisonous.
What?
Maybe not to a dwarf.
The-
Rude.
guess you could
Definitely not to this one.
It's not as good
I eat bear all the time.
Is super in character reaction. What?
But so this thing does not see traps. It's slowly meandering towards camp. It has now come within that 60-foot threshold that you have designated Belanos. Anything you want to do?
No, I'll wait and see how it does with the traps.
Okay.
Poke itself like, oh,
Let me scroll down to this kind of trap. Okay. And oh shit, what did you roll for trap making? It was decent.
16.
Yeah,
16.
16's not bad.
that's solid.
Cool. I'm just trying to
Ain't
think
no
of what.
Manchego trap, but it's pretty good.
Yes.
Probably helps that we use like real weapons and not just like sharp. Not
It's really fucked up that we used real weapons.
Yeah.
I think the analogy of a goblin trap was very fitting.
That's what I was imagining. You know, you're doing the like daggers tied to sticks kind of
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
It's all coming together.
Okay. Yeah, the save chance they had for that particular pit really was the perception check. So, there's no dex save on this train. Apparently, at least if I'm reading this right.
Yeah, it's gonna. You
Just kinda-
notice, or gravity does the rest.
Yeah. All right. Bear. Why does it keep scrolling up? Sorry. Let's go with. Yeah. You guys didn't dig pits that deep, so that does not make sense. Not like you dug a 20-foot fucking hole.
The bear, let me out. Yeah, no, that would be intense. Maybe like if we're going like boar prepping and we're gonna bait him into an area, but nah,
Yep.
Yeah.
not for this.
Not for this.
All right. So whoever, let's have Shaska do the roll because they come up with the trappity dappities. I'm thinking 3d4 is a pretty nice trap damage. Go ahead and roll that real quick. Oof.
Bad 10.
Wow.
Oof. Okay.
Look.
So you just hear this like kind of frustrated grumble at first, just as it lumbers forward into this pit trap, and then a horrible bear scream as it's stabbed with a bunch of like daggers tied to sticks and random swords at different angles down in this pit, taking 10 piercing damage.
A lot of piercing damage.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this is a very large bear. It's not a little black bear, so it's really pissed off now.
Yeah.
And everybody's awake as this bear is screaming in anger. And go ahead and roll some initiwishies real quick if you want to be involved in the rest of this.
Let's wait till it hits the next trap.
Let's see if it does. It's possible. Melanos with the -6.
Oh no, it's catching up on some light reading before he jumps in to help.
Just one more chapter.
I
Well,
really
you have
part.
advantage on initiative, right, or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1.
So you got
And,
a nat 1.
I rolled a nat 1 and a 4.
Okay, well, at least it's not the -1 with your advantage. And for some reason, it won't let me fix your turn order number. There we go.
Man, I got a pretty low initiative, 6.15.
Just above Belenos.
The
The bear's angry. It got the 20. All right. Rooney is sleeping in your tree with your cuddle buddy. Or what were you doing exactly again?
Rude's literally on the ground sleeping. Unless somebody like forcefully jostles Rune away, Rune's a heavy sleeper.
Okay. This is fine. All right, so Bear. First, can Bear get out of this pit without exploding?
It just kills itself.
Oh no.
No! Oh, that's a really bad roll.
The
I
bear
rolled
got
a 2.
Bear got a nat 20 initiative too, which is filthy.
bear probably just like gets stuck on more daggers
Oh.
rolling
Yeah.
around in a trap.
That was basically, can it get out without hurting itself? And the answer is no. And then let's see if it sees the next trap. The answer is no.
It's a free show.
So roll
Oh, no,
me
fuck bears.
roll me 1d4 and then roll me 3d4 again.
1d4, 2, 3d4, 7.
So another 9 as this thing is just crashing through your traps at your party. Cool. And the bear's gonna try and get out of this next trap. 21 that time without scaring itself.
Sweet.
And now it's just up and can kind of see your party now clearly. and is pissed off.
Is there a Rambo First Blood little swipey boy waiting for him, or is there no?
He is.
That would be great. He looks up finally. Whack!
Watch out! Watch out! Yeah.
Let's see. One last roll. Sure. Roll me 1d4
Watch out! Watch out!
for a twig poke for 2. So just just
the
sharpen
indignance.
stick in the shin of this bear. If a very angry half blood covered bear, Gek, it's your go. This thing is
I'm going to
in the
cast-
camp.
I'm gonna cast message on the bear.
Okay.
Are you a druid, bro?
Literally, I'm gonna be like, "Are you a druid?" Because, you said that the stars were aligned and that the dude visited him. I just wanted to make sure it's not the dude coming to visit him again. Knowing he'd be awake.
Cool. You don't get a reply.
Just
Great.
bear replied like,
That is an action.
Bonus
action.
You fucked up.
Nothing.
Just kidding.
Hey, I'm just, I
Hey,
would
bro, we
wanted to
cool?
make sure.
I can't blame you, but I mean I can, but I don't.
All right.
yo, bro, we chill? No.
That's it, Gek.
Shaska will blow him up. Yeah, that's everything for me.
All right, so Shashaska, you were sweeping, and then there's bears screaming sounds, and now you're awake, like getting up out of bed, wherever your sleeping situation would be.
Hell yeah. So I'd be down there, clowning around. I'll get up and how far away is the bear from us?
Let's just say he just broke through your trap line and is, quote, in your camp now. So you probably put it, 15 feet out from center? Something like that? 20 feet? I don't know.
Something like that,
Yeah.
I'd say.
So he's 15, 20 feet away. Basically just enough room for you can use your movement to get up from prone and make it to him if you want.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
I'll do that.
Peter is very old.
So you square up with this bear.
Not quite.
Okay.
So what I want to do is the stick, the silver stick. What's the shape of it currently?
Its default is quarterstaff. It goes
Okay.
back to quarterstaff when not in use.
Interesting.
Dude, Shaska waking up with this dude. Wake up! Do
How much-
something!
How much movement do I have specifically?
I think it's half movement to send it from prone unless you have a certain feat, so you probably
Yeah.
have 15 feet left. Unless you take
15
an
feet.
action to dash.
Okay. And so I have enough movement to get to it.
Yes.
Okay. So that means if I had reached 10 feet, I'd have enough movement to run 10 feet away from it after moving 5 feet to engage it, right?
Sure.
Okay. For fun, just to see how it works, I'm going to use my bonus action to transform this thing into a light pike, which is now a light finesse pike, which means I can hold it in my offhand because my primary weapon is light.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And yeah, and that being said, I'm just gonna take a strike at it. Actually, I'm just gonna hold on to it for now. What do I want to do? Fuck. Yeah. So I am going to hold my action
Okay.
and brace with the pike to strike at it when it reaches like 10-foot distance.
Okay.
And yeah, just for fun. Let's see how it works.
So, just to clarify, so expectations are aligned, your You're holding an action to when this bear comes within range, you're going to stab it with the pike. Does that sound right?
Yeah. I guess like what you get? Do I brace with the pike, or or is it just like a handheld pike? Like how would this?
Thematically, whatever you want to do.
Nice.
You can like do the whole like put the butt in the ground, put a foot on it, and hold the pike at the ready to swivel into the bear's way. You can have it like underarm and ready to strike at the thing. You can two-hand the pike and go for a stab. It's all up to you.
Excite.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. We'll see how it works. It's pretty much all I can do. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much all I can do. All I choose to do right now.
All right. Belenos. What do you
do? I'll move up to like another 15 feet behind Shaska and Sacred Flame this bear.
All right.
Yeah.
Dex save, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Pop that baby in the microwave for 30 seconds.
Natural 1. Roll double damage.
Yay!
Whoa.
Whoa.
Basks in your
Three.
radiant fire. All right.
No.
It's all that metal popping off in the microwave
Yeah.
from all the daggers stuck in
Oof.
its face.
Okay.
It do be like that sometimes, man.
It do be like that sometimes. People don't think it is, but it do.
Angry Bear's turn. Do wisdom save. Natural 20 wisdom save for this situation.
Don't.
I think what happens is the bear, after getting burned, like comes down to all fours, takes in a couple big sniffs, growls, notices the giant behemoth behind all of you, and tries to find a way out of here without destroying itself anymore. It is going to try to escape the route it came in and go through the traps it sees. This is more of, can it overcome these without slipping in? 23 is plenty strength to basically just like, nope.
There you go. Nice. Fly free.
Yeah, the bear was going to get wrecked. And uses its turn basically just running away. Gek.
Well, seeing as he didn't reply in such a rude way.
Oh yeah, dude, he's super rude.
Eldritch Blast. Yeah, no.
Gek. That's so good.
Do you have any fun ideas for your natural 1 Eldritch Blast? Do you have any fun ideas? If not, I'll hear Alu's.
I don't.
Alu, what's your fun idea?
I mean, we've got traps rigged just like all over the place. I say you just like clip a tree, setting off one of our Rambo traps. It snaps and like hits somebody. Just goes flinging off.
Okay.
As an idea.
That could be.
I think your shot arcs over the bear and hits whatever else could be encounter number 2 in this night. Or anything else that could be interesting. I mean, because
it flies over it and hits a white board.
Dude, you just decapitate an elf that's been spying on our party to see if we're hostile.
That would be great.
I'm going to use a restroom and think about what to do to you. I will be right back.
Elf's like, yeah, they actually seem pretty...
Right, get out of here!
Or if it shoots one of its cubs, and like it's running back, and it sees its cubs, and one of the cubs just like Thanos.
Yeah, dude, like out of a bush, like Diddy.
Yeah. It just turns around
to be a druid and comes around and scolds us about being nice to the wildlife.
Guess I choose violence. Falls into another trap.
I don't think it would be a scolding if we blew up a baby bear. I think that might be crossing a line for most druids. Not a druid though, so I can't confirm.
He might be a druid. Maybe he's just a druid that's really in touch with nature.
He's super into RP. It's terrible. How do y'all feel about one of Rune's flaws being a heavy sleeper? Is that too obnoxious? Because
I like that.
changed that.
Locket
I
is
think
a
it's
heavy
very
sleeper.
fitting.
All right.
Hey, Bick. Thanks for your patience there. Any
Welcome back.
fun ideas that I missed while I was over there?
Yeah.
Bick? What's the fun
Yeah.
idea that I missed?
So, like, as the bear's running away from us,
Mhm.
not looking at us, Gex bolt misses, goes over the bear's head. The bear's little cub child pops out of the bush, like,
did he?
and then just like Thanos disappears in front of the bear.
I will admit that was the first thing that came to my mind before you guys even throw ideas out there. Is you just snipe one of bear cubs
Right in front of her fucking face.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Let's roll
I'm glad that
damage.
sounds good to you, GM.
4.
Yeah, so you
What about agonizing?
need to technically add
What?
4 to that. I think
8.
And plus I'm on blood, so that's
9.
9.
Those are
Nice.
rookie numbers. Pump those numbers up, man.
Rookie
So
numbers.
before that bear ate shit. No. Number puns.
I'm gonna do a roll with this bear. If this bear rolls high, it is going to get like a rage thing going on. Let's see what happens here.
I hope it rolls high. That sounds kind of cool.
Game bear.
I don't know if that's better or worse. So you killed its cub in front. So it realized the danger. Natural 20, like, yeah, I need to get out of here. Rolled super high, 23 to escape. You killed its cub in front of it. It rolled a natural 1 to process this.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Having bear tonight.
I'm sorry, bear.
He's just like, man, I'm
so
gonna just keep walking.
Here I'm considering something.
Turbo maternal instincts.
Gonna do a couple rolls. Okay.
If it comes at us in a blind rage, it's not looking for traps.
Oh, Jesus.
He just wakes up like, oh, breakfast.
Squib, have you ever had bear brains?
People brain. Like people brains, but more.
Squib just looks up like, just saying, he's pretty old. He's not using it.
Nope.
The bear lets out a horrific pained roar and then slumps to the ground.
Oh, snap.
Motionless.
Breakfast.
Bears normally don't just slump.
Shashka, here go.
They grew out of that.
I go?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a line of sight on the bear?
Yeah, it's a big lump of fur on the other side of your traps.
And it just, like, fell over?
Yeah, it just collapsed down.
Alright, perception check to see if anything caused that is visible.
Sure, roll perception.
You're just really good at trap making.
Nat 1.
Oh my god, you're just really good at trap making.
Dude, it's fucking dead. Like, you guys defeated it for sure. It's not...
Cool.
Yeah, it looked like it just... All the strength went out of it and it fell down. You're like, oh, okay.
Alright, I'm gonna just pop my pike back into a longbow.
Mm-hmm.
And,
It's a quick clunk.
yeah. Just
looking for more baby cubs coming at you. Got it.
Oh,
yeah.
no!
Anything?
Yeah, you look in, you're like, looks like got killed something back there. Good.
Yeah,
we're good.
Yikes.
Anything
I'm gonna
else?
shoot it. I'm
shoot
gonna
the
shoot
bear?
it with an arrow. Yeah, fuck it.
Fire
Thunk, thunk, thunk.
at this stationary mass.
I'm just gonna roll this. 10.
Yeah,
Probably doesn't even hit it.
It hits, but the hide's very thick. You see, it like barely went in.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nope.
shit.
Cool. Didn't move.
Barely.
Balanos.
I think we got it, everybody.
I mean, are we done?
It's your turn. What do you do?
I don't know, what's left?
There is a motionless bear and a pile of blood that Shaska just shot. There's a dead bear cub off in the woods that Gek just shot. That's what you see at present. If you want to roll for anything, you can.
Yeah, I'll just do a active perception, see if I can spot anything else.
Okay. Roll away.
11 or 8, I guess.
2 out of 2.
Yeah. No, it seems like that's probably what happened. You know, you guys took that big bear out and its baby.
Yeah, officer,
Now that baby doesn't have to.
Exactly how we described.
Exactly as described. Shaska's story checks right out, you know? Standing your ground, bear came right for us.
Alright, well, I guess the threat has been dealt with, so I will stand down and start meandering back to
Cool.
back to camp.
Cool. So the bear starts writhing and wriggling and twisting. And
Shaska gets
growing
another.
slightly
Okay.
in size. Its fur starts turning a... Oops, didn't mean to grab that. Its fur starts turning kind of like almost glowing a little bit and then stopping as white. And
You should kick.
there's a big ass angry bear stands up on its hind legs, lets out a huge roar. And that will be its first turn.
You're right. That's a big ass bear.
Gick.
Oh boy. Well,
All the wounds on its chest seem to be healing up into scars right now.
Oh.
grand. Action. Casting Ring Strike.
That's checks out.
And then, yeah.
Dude, it's so crazy looking. Oh, it even has a cool scar on its chest.
Yes.
You want to make that all big
That's
for us,
gonna be
GM?
my turn. Is just preparing this big old ring strike
Big
action.
beer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So you're ring strike casting from your tree. That it?
Yep.
Right, Shishka.
Gonna turn into a snake.
Sorry, that's fantastic, Shaska.
I'm a snake.
Oh,
Let's fucking go. Just. And how far away is that bear from us, by the way?
So let's see. It was like 15 feet away from you, just having like gone through the trap wall. It escaped the trap wall and a little bit. So it was like 40-ish feet of travel. Difficult terrain means some of that's halved. So it's 30 feet away from you, Shaska.
Cool. I'll take the bonus action to dodge my one of two, and so like as a snake, like I'm just kind of moving back and forth, like I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just kind of if Rune isn't already at the front of the party, I'm gonna like get on the same side of Rune, get in front of the casters, you know.
Back Rune.
Just yeah, we'll just
Rune has not been woken up yet.
Oh fuck. Well, I'm gonna yell at Rune then. Be like,
There you go. All right.
Rune,
now
wake the fuck up.
No,
The bear got bigger.
Rune, roll initiative now.
What
Oh
now?
my god, your initiative.
Wait a minute.
It's amazing.
Yeah, Rune. Up.
We killed a bear, and then it turned white. It got bigger. It's coming.
Breakfast. Sun's not even out yet. What's the sun up? Oh. Yep.
All right. Sounds like probably your turn, Shishka, because you transformed, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Woo-woo.
So
And
you
I used my
transform,
bonus
you
action.
slither over the rune like, Rune, come on!
Yeah.
Rune be going as soon as Rune can.
You know, when
Balanos.
Shaska's in snake form, it's already a party.
Big white angry bear of anger.
Quite angry bear of anger. You right?
I'm gonna guiding bolt this new better bear.
Okay.
Better bear.
$6 million bear.
We can get rebuilted.
So it's only
Angrier.
a 9.
Only a 9? Okay. So you fire your guiding bolt and it just like hits this bear's fur and just seems to take it like it was nothing with the
What a
9.
champ.
And then I'm going to turn around and run.
Okay. Nope. So yep, you go ahead and run back behind Rune and Cheshka. That's fine. Let's just do this for all 6 in oh my gosh,
Huh?
notes.
Oh, why are we over here?
Trying to do the distance roughly from my own brain. You'd be a little closer. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Something like this.
Okay.
All right. Rune, you're awake.
All right,
You are
Rune.
prone.
Yep, Rune will snap up, move to the front of the pack, as far as you'd let me.
10 feet.
Um,
Or 10 to 15.
yeah, 10-ish.
yeah.
Is this okay, DM? Like right here-ish?
Yeah, sure. What's up,
Before you take your turn, I'm going to cast my reactionary spell, Seer's Reaction.
What's that do?
It allows me to reroll initiative, and if it's higher than the current initiative, I go right now.
Oh, you want to go before Rune? That's fine.
Yep.
Take that.
Sure.
All right, roll initiative
So
with a +5, I think, right?
11. Yes.
Um,
That is not
11.
higher than my current one, so never mind.
You're still where you were, correct? So change yourself
No
back to
future
a
step.
16. There we go. Okay. Could have been really cool though.
Yep, I was trying to future jump.
Good. So Rune, you step up.
Yeah, Rune's going to be moving in front of everybody in the party, and will be readying an action to try and grapple check this bear as it comes and just meet it head on and lock it down.
Okay.
Does that sound all right, GM?
So if it comes into grapple range, you want to try and grapple it. That's fine by me.
Yeah, square up.
Okay.
Give it a big yell. Try and taunt it in.
Cool. Yeah, bear is going to try and get over all of these their traps. 16 just kind of does it. I was going to say 15 was the DC to get over those with a strength without falling back in, kind of seeing them. But distance-wise, yeah, it's the exact distance to like kind of where it was. It can't really get up to you, Rune, with this move.
That's fine.
And let me do a roll here. Yeah. This bear's actually going to swipe at a stone nearby and try and fling it at you, Rune.
Whoa, that's cool.
But you're prepared so you can catch it.
23 hit.
23 hits, goddamn.
18 on the die. Woo.
Nice.
So yeah, rock comes flying at you and hits you for improvised weapons are always what, 1d4? I can't remember, 1d6?
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what you want. It's basically
I'm gonna call it a
1d4.
d6. Let's just do that. The bear flew it really hard. Let's do 1d6.
Sure.
I don't want to get too bogged down. You take 2 rocks to your head damage.
Yeah, so probably clips off the helmet. Was like,
yep,
you're a clever one.
And
all the more fun.
More roaring, and Gek, it's your turn.
We'll blast them.
Okay.
Gek, visually, please put yourself behind me. It's freaking me out. I know it doesn't matter, but
I'm
not
40
the
feet.
third
Another
child.
baby.
I'm in a tree, my guy. I'm
Wait,
like
did
40,
you
50
roll?
feet in the air.
Shoot,
Yeah, I rolled
roll
another
natural
nat one. Yeah.
Tell me that
You'd
like
have
the
the ring
shape of
strike
his Eldritch
explode in my
Blast
hand.
is in the shape of his lost cub, as you see this like ethereal cub bouncing across the sky.
Hey, sir, I'm
further
not
causing-
saying there's a time to use your inspiration point.
Oh fuck! I have inspiration. I'm using my inspiration because I'm not taking another
However-
nat one. Fuck that.
Dude, you're like, he had three cups in his litter? I'll do it again. Oh,
Shame.
Yes! Another natural one!
Oh my
Oh my
god!
god. That's
That's-
feat worthy.
You know
Yeah,
what? Honestly, that's
I'm
incredible.
testing something.
Okay.
But
That's
that's
the wrong
not the
one.
good type of feat.
Okay, yeah, it's just fucking shit. Okay, great.
You
Fucking
just
3
can't
in a
shoot
row.
bears.
Oh my
we-
god.
I may develop a feat for you, Gek, about not
I
wanting
have
to
a feat for it.
kill bears or shoot
Is
bears.
that you can call it? Is that a druid? Can't physically or can't attack bears because fucking Gek thinks they're a druid.
Can't bear the
Just
consequences.
do it that like when you nat
Unbearable.
one on Eldritch Blast,
Unbearable.
Unbearable
the
blast.
nearest child near us
Unbearable
just
blast.
dies.
Dude, that sounds like a cool magic trick. The unbearable blast. It's so many meanings.
You can have a ring strike explode in my hand twice. Fucking, I'll take 2 damage.
No. What's
Incredible though. Absolutely incredible.
instead what I think sounds more fun and more flavorful is you go to fire, and as soon as you have the shot lined up, and then you close your eyes and shift your hand slightly. You know you're not shooting Rune. You're like, I know where Rune is, I know the bears, I'm just moving it slightly. You turn your head, fire, and you shoot one of Shaska's spring-loaded little dagger tied to a twig's traps, and that flies into Rune's leg.
Yeah. Hey, nice. So my earlier idea.
Yeah,
Good
let's
stuff.
do this. Run d4 to Rune as well. 4. I rolled the gem, but yeah, 4. 4 dagger shins. Awesome.
Like,
Anything else, Gek?
Gek's gonna stop. Gek's taking himself out of initiative.
no, don't you dare. I believe in you.
Walk in the forest, we
Incredibly.
never see him again.
Shashka. You just watched Gek fire and trigger your trap, and it hit Rune in the shin.
You
Just
learn to fire.
I can't hit it. It's a beautiful creature.
Great.
I'm
It'd be
making it enemy
unbearable.
cloak.
If it's too much for us, we can lure it towards another line of traps. I am gonna let's see where I'm gonna try to position myself to make sure Gek doesn't get Geked. And
I'm 40 feet in a tree, guys. I'm like 40,
Yeah, it's
50
good.
feet up.
Oh, you're in a tree?
So
Okay.
visually, I kind of put myself on the ground like this to represent that. I know it's not quite accurate.
Sure, let's do that, actually. I like your idea. Bear's down here. This is the ground. Gek's up there. Shashka, Belanos, you guys are here. The guy who is on the ground was back where Rune was sleeping, so basically right here.
Yes. Yeah, it's like in the back.
And
Yep,
then the cart
Sword
and
R's up,
locket.
fight me.
All
There.
these things are elsewhere. The
Yep.
big critter is right here.
Nice.
There we go.
Squibby!
Oh yeah, Shashka,
Okay.
you're a snock. That's right. So,
Squibby,
Yep.
get the fuck out of here!
and then you were still back by Belanos, is that right, Shashka? I can't remember.
See, I was all confused because I was thinking I want to move in front of Gek to get in front of him. So
Come here.
I
Come up with
don't
me.
know where I'm at right now, but I would
Let's-
be with Rune.
Let's
Come up with
say
me. Let's square up. Just move.
on your turn,
Yep.
let's just say you move up to Rune.
Yeah.
And there is
I-
actual
Okay.
hexes, even though they're invisible, believe it or not.
Okay.
And I can, just imagine. So
Let's move
yeah.
up.
Rune, you were just shy of the bear. You were
Yeah, I'm
here.
at the base of the tree for all intents and purposes.
So Shaska, you can technically get past Rune because they had to stand up.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll slide in and I'll give him a little bitey bite as soon
Okay.
as I can find my bite attack. And I may use my inspiration for it for funs.
We'll
We'll
see how
see.
this goes.
Nat
Whoa!
20!
Hey!
Oh my god.
Hey,
All
dude,
right.
that's
Be
gonna
amazing.
be really spicy with the bite.
What's the con save on that?
It's DC 11.
Okay.
But still.
I'll roll it publicly. They
Whoa.
failed.
Whoa.
So
Dude,
go
guys.
ahead and
There's so
roll
much
your
damage.
bite damage twice.
Dude, what kind of fucking snake
Or
are
actually, if you
you?
click it, it should just do it. Yeah, it just did it.
Yeah, it did it. So 9 piercing and 26 poison damage. Dude, I just get into the
Jeebus.
jugular, man. And
Yeah.
Ugh.
You're up in this thing's neck. You're just pumping venom into its throat at present.
I think my character hates bears.
At least this
Um,
bear.
Did you say you're bear cyst?
I'm definitely going to use my second dodge action because I just did a lot of damage to this bear.
You're hanging on the thing that wants to kill you.
You're on its neck.
All right, so
I'm probably like flipping around like a leech.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
No,
So,
not the visual. No.
You're using your second key bonus action ability presently, correct?
Yeah, it's the nimble physique. It's not
Yeah.
key, but yeah. So
The dodge. Yep. Okay.
Snatty.
Cool. Belenos. Shashka is hanging on to a bear's throat now.
Belenos.
I'll try to guiding bolt it again. I'll aim for the face this time.
I
Fire
believe.
away. 19
Yeah!
hits. 19 hits.
Fabulous.
And avoids the snack.
My guy.
11 damage.
Nice.
And next
Love it.
attack gets advantage.
Okay.
Next attack gets advantage.
So you just burn the front of this thing's face off with radiant light. Any movement, Belenos?
No, I'm good right here.
Okay. Rune, it's your go.
Letting out a bellowing, raging roar.
Sounds
I
like a
am
bonus
going to-
action got used.
Yes, I'm going to enter rage and try and grapple this creature. Get him on lock.
Okay. Just so you know, do you already get advantage grappling?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the way that I'm trying to do this is I'm trying to interpose myself between what the bear might be swinging at with Shaska to try and take the brunt of these hits. And being in a rage really helps with getting the crap kicked out of me.
Yeah. So just go ahead and roll your grapple with advantage.
Can do. That will be a 17.
Okay. That's the wrong sheet. And then put in your grapple stuff real quick for me, just so I can.
Yep. It's something that
I
you're
remember
still...
the bear paws. That's fine. Don't you have another ability for grappling?
Oh, yeah, Precocious Wrestler. I'm
Thank
really
you.
good at wrestling things that are much larger than me.
Creatures.
Like, I have so many things for...
Okay. Because I'm just trying to remember if this thing is one size larger than you, if it gets advantage against you. I
nope.
don't think it does because of you having your feet. So it'll roll straight
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
with the 22.
Whoa! Makes sense.
Um,
Can I silvery barb it?
Silvery barbs!
if you have the slots and want to cast, go ahead.
I get one free from Fey Touched.
Whoa,
it.
cool.
So, I
Realign
reroll.
the stars.
Whoop, that's 13. I don't know
13.
why it
Oh.
clicked twice.
Oh, thank goodness. I was just like, I just saw the 21. I'm like, well, heck.
Don't you give someone else advantage?
Oh yeah. Rune already Shaska get advantage on your next.
Thank you. I need
Okay.
it.
So,
Yeah.
the bear was like overpowering you, but then somehow you got this like bear just slips and
Yeah,
loses
the
their ground.
Belenos is whispering like shit in the bear's ear, like your cubs are dead.
Man. Yeah, so
Okay.
Rune will basically get a lock and try and interpose themselves.
So the bear's movement is 0.
Suplex.
It is grappled at presente.
Again,
Now, the question is it going to attack Chashka, Rune, or both? I think
Yeah,
both
question,
sounds
man.
great. So let's go ahead
Both-
and start with the swipe at
both
Rune.
is good.
All right. Swipe. Natural
A
1.
natural one.
And then the bite at Cheshka
At disadvantage.
at disadvantage because, 15.
Wow.
15.
I think that hits my serpent AC. I have a 14 armor class.
Okay. So the bite, I will roll damage for. Holy shit. Rolled
So
13.
that knocks me out of serpent form.
It's a really big bear.
Yep. So the thing gets a hold of you and you try and like writhe around and it's like, no, you don't.
Yeah. With that natural one,
Yeah.
I try and knock it prone because my
Sure.
next action was gonna
Sure. Roll an opposing strength check with advantage. This thing's going to roll against it with
be
straight.
yeah.
11. That's your DC to beat. There you go. You got your
Yeah.
16. Okay. So The swipe attack rune actually was feigned him and got him off balance and went in for the wrestling move to get him down. Here's real Sheshka. There you go. I think
We're moving them at the same time.
-2 on your health, right? We do it kind of like
I'm getting there, but like then my character got twisted to the side. I think we were controlling them at the same time. So.
Yes, we were.
Do a flip.
But yeah, that's the bear's turn. The bear just got wrecked. Gek. What are you doing?
Fuck you.
You just can't, like, no. Shoot some ferns.
Gek, please.
Anything else you want to do, Gek?
Please, Gek. You've only rolled 1s and 2s.
Finisher McGee just can't do it today. He rolled that 1-3.
That wasn't real.
It wasn't real. All right. Anything else, Gek, before I go back to Sheshka? Nope. Okay. Sheshka.
No.
How's it looking? How's the bear looking?
I mean, it's definitely hurt. Its face is all burned and charred. You can see like the spot where you bit it just turning gnarly colors already.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, its face is being smashed into the dirt right now by Rune. So that is how this angry ass bear is doing.
Okay.
Always learn how to do a German suplex.
I will. Yeah, I'm just gonna move around behind it. Not that really does anything in D&D, but I'll move around behind it and I'll whip it with
advantage.
Yep, it's prone.
Urumi with Evenki for another nat 20.
Damn, son.
It's prone, motherfucker. Let's go.
Roll
Dude.
damage, man.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Nice.
you are getting it tonight, my guy.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. I'm making up for the
17.
shitty rolls.
Gek's over here like, it's majestic. Shaska's like, fucking hate bears.
Fine if I describe it? Or do you want to do
Yeah.
it? All right.
No, describe it.
So, yeah, Shashka, you're like, now that it's down, you're like, all right, you get your roomie out, you start doing like the twirly dance, getting that momentum. There's occasional like flaps on the forest floor as you're practicing the weight.
Leaves are just getting shredded around me.
There's this humming in the air. And you do like a sick little flip over the bear's back and just wrench all of the blades into the back and slide them through their flesh as you come to your landing. Just
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh.
bear's not dead, but it probably wishes it was, kind of. That is a huge chunk of damage yet again.
For my bonus action,
Mhm.
I'm gonna change the staff into a flail. I think that's what it is. One of the forms that it's got. A light maul.
Okay, so now it's a big. It kind of shortens its handle a bit, puts some of its mass up at the top into this just weird, twisted, oblonged, gnarly mace-like form.
Yeah.
Balanos, sure go.
Wicked.
Oof. I hope I'm illustrating. Essentially, the mass of this staff always is the same. It's just the volume and shape that can change sometimes.
Cool. Sounds good.
Where did my Scorching Ray go?
Scorching Ray. Ba, ba, ba.
Yeah, I want to, but it disappeared from my sheet.
That's very strange.
Let me see if I can get it back real quick.
Bellows just compartmentalizing the murdery parts of himself.
Oh, I have no compunction about killing ferocious monster beast things.
Okay, confirm.
You could, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So, do I get advantage from prone, or is that just for...
I don't think with ranged attack. Technically, it's supposed to be a disadvantage
Yeah,
with ranged attacks.
condition prone. It is
Oh,
going
it's
to
a
be.
disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay, well then
Technically.
instead of Scorching Ray...
Would you
Have it do a
Ever-
dex save.
Make
Yeah.
the argument that like a large creature being prone wouldn't make a difference. I've always wondered about that.
Depends on how big it is. I think
He's
Yeah.
just now deferred. You're like, I can't get a clear shot.
Yeah. Depends on how big it is. I think I'll keep it this time just because rune's up in the mix of it too. It kind of
That
makes
makes
sense
sense.
a little bit.
In that case, I'll go ahead and do good old Sacred Flame and just do a deck save for me.
Okay.
The best deck
It-
save.
Does
can't
grappled
move.
affect deck saves? I can't remember. Let me
Prone,
scroll
prone
down.
So,
does, I think.
Explicitly
right?
by the rules
does
as
not.
written, there's no specificity, but
It's
in
only
terms of it not
restrained.
being able to move,
Yeah.
like,
I'll just
You
roll
know?
it straight. It's
It just
yeah.
rolls.
yeah. See if it can wriggle out of this.
Watch out! Watch
with
out!
The natural 20.
whoa,
Roll an opposing strength check rune.
oh heck, can do. That's gonna be 23.
So here's what'll have happen. It gets up from prone, it's still grappled.
Oh, okay, makes sense for
Picks
20.
you up with her.
Yep. They get back to their four paws. And you're still like, "Argh!"
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Anything else, Belenos?
Nope.
All right, Rune.
All right, go try and knock it prone.
Okay. Go ahead.
Give
and
it the old leg sweep.
roll your roll.
Oh, it if that's related to getting up, it has disadvantage.
I'm just
I know that's
just let it be prone. Let's move on. All right. So okay, you get it prone. Your 19 beats the 18.
yeah, that's my go.
Okay.
To knock something prone is an action, so that's
Give it
all.
the old leg pin.
Okay. So you can't bonus action is only grappling, not prone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it is prone yet again.
Yeah.
I think it has disadvantage to attack from prone. And with trying to escape grapples and prone,
Mhm.
technically it's prone. Do you have a thing that keeps it from using half of its movement to stand up?
It's grappled. Its movement is
It's
0.
So it has to try and break the grapple to move.
Yeah, I love this little grappled prone
Yep.
trick. It's been working well.
Let's see
Disadvantage.
if it can figure this problem out. 18 is smart enough to know to attack Rune, even if they're on their
Yeah.
ground. So they're going to try and bite your feet.
Not my feet.
Oh,
that's not gonna do it.
13, almost 26. And then they're going to
Yeah.
try and swipe your feet with a 14.
14.
14 I
14's
don't
not-
think hits.
Dude, this is some deja vu with that tool. Like, nat 20,
Yeah.
nat 20. Like, so,
You're
like,
lucky I got
almost-
it prone again. You would have just gotten chewed up.
Yeah, almost crushes Rune to death, but Rune's got that lock.
Rune, you're straining to hold this thing down. Gek, it's your go.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cast Uncanny Avoidance on Rune.
Okay.
Thank you.
You scoot down the tree a little bit so you're within range, and then
Yeah.
you give the next attack roll against Rune is with disadvantage. Sheshka. Rune's struggling to hold this thing down.
Good times. I hope you keep struggling because I'm not going to be able to help out much with this.
No, do your work. This is where Rune shines. Like,
Cool.
This is what I'm going for.
So we're gonna do something neat.
Gripping combat.
Going to do some cool attacky wackies. This time it's going to be primary with my Arumi and bonus action offhand attack with this light maul.
All right.
Pretty metal.
Swing with
And-
the Arumadumi.
Arumi, I may use inspiration. Oh, it's a 20.
30,
I'm
20
just gonna-
hits. Roll damage.
Going to keep it. So that's 7 or 8 damage with the
Goes
Arumi?
down with
I just
to 6 right now because you are having another weapon, right? Ooh.
yes, that's right.
Ah,
yeah, you're right.
So
And then-
6.
And then the light maul offhand. The 12.
12. So do you, I mean, it's not going to hit. It's up to you if you use advantage or not. it thuds into the fur. Be like, God damn, this thing is thick.
Yeah, chunky boy.
I'll use advantage for it.
All
It'll be
right,
fun.
so you're gonna
I'll
use your
use
inspiration.
inspo. Yeah, I'll roll again.
Real heavy smack.
Go for it.
13. It's a 13 hit.
This is
No.
technically an
You're
improvement.
like, boom. Damn it. So
Kind of funny.
the thick fur hide is absorbing the shock of these maul blows.
Just out here shaking a rug out.
Yep.
Just shrug. It's the best I got.
Belanos.
Is it prone again, or is it just grappled?
It is prone again.
If I got right up on it, would you let me roll straight?
Yeah.
It's within 5 feet for the prone condition. It doesn't say ranged. It says within 5
Oh, great. Okay, well then I'll do that. I'll just come right up.
It basically negates
Rookie.
the whole firing from a... Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so I'll get right up on it and do my scorching ray trick.
Just
Okay.
put your hand in its mouth real
Yeah,
quick.
you just
That's basically what I'm thinking.
straight
It's like
shooter.
if you ever watched
At one,
Pick Up Girls in a
and-
Dungeon, they do that to a floor boss.
I'll use inspiration to reroll one of these.
Nice.
Yeah, you can... Yeah, okay,
Eight.
there you go.
What?
So you replace your natural 1 with an 18. Probably smart. Sweet.
5 fire damage.
Not the beard hair.
Yep. So the other rays just sink into its like shoulder and it just singes the fur, but the hide takes the brunt of it. But that one right in the face that you already burned burns deeply. This thing is not breathing or looking so good. You kind of melted most of its face away, and there's like bits of bone showing and other colorful bits of flesh. Anything else, Belanos?
Hey, no, that's it.
Rune, sure go.
Nice. So Rune is going to take a roll with their great axe. Probably put it up again, see if she can take the thing's head off.
Mm-hmm.
16 do it?
16 hits.
Ooh. Real thick, boy. That's going to be 15 damage. So
Wow.
probably sets the axe, feels how thick it is, and then just takes that same tactic of just crushing into the bear, trying to get it through the other side.
Okay.
However
And
deep you let it cut,
where are you putting this axe against this bear?
its neck, ideally,
Okay.
on those regions.
So you're putting the axe up against your. Are you
So
okay.
wherever
Are you
yeah,
like
so-
pulling the axe like this, or are you pulling the bear against the? I'm just trying to understand what you're doing.
Yeah, so don't think I can probably get me hands all the way around the creature's neck, right?
You could probably get it most of the way around a neck.
Nice. So just brace the axe on one side, hand on the other, and try and squeeze the axe towards my other hand.
With
Brace
a
it on
16. That
The
hits.
16. That
Okay.
hits.
All right.
Well, I mean,
so you're,
does that visual make
I'm-
sense?
yeah. Sure. We'll go with that. So, you squish the axe. Here's what I would recommend. Instead of that, maybe like trying to keep the bear and then like pushing the axe this way. It bothers me cutting towards your own hand, but you know, you can do that. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways,
Yeah,
you kill it.
have
It's dead.
any-
I'm just trying
any-
to figure out what the hell how did it die.
When in doubt, just attack.
Yep.
Yeah, like, you know when you're holding an apple, you literally don't do this. You have knife safety.
Yeah.
Rune doesn't have knife safety. So they're
Okay.
cutting an apple and they're pushing through the apple towards their hand. They're using their hand,
Cool.
grabbing the other side of the knife.
Like,
As
luckily,
opposed-
this bear's hide is thick enough that it's basically you cut until you get through some of them nice arteries in the neck, and then it stops on the spine.
There
But the
we
bear
go.
dies and slumps down.
Good. Fuck that bear.
It's just like, but why don't you have knife safety?
Like, wouldn't Rune know better? And the bear reverts to its original
Aw.
form as it dies and slumps down. All of the new wounds falling onto its other hide that it has here. And it lets out its last gasp of death.
Rune out loud. What the fuck?
I just like make my thing into a bow and shoot it again. Like transform again. That was cool.
Fire your bow. I
Ass.
want to see if you can make
Yeah.
it through the hide with your bow.
Yeah, man. I'm just gonna roll my roomie. 20.
Okay, this time you get it. You get
We'll
it
just
in
say-
there.
Yeah, say I do like 5 piercing damage to that
Thunk.
thing.
Just shoot it in the back. Just right in there.
Nah,
Yeah.
right in the base of the skull. Just-
Okay.
Oh,
mm-mm.
nice.
You just Lenny him real quick. Okay.
Whoa,
Yeah.
watch where you're shooting that there.
I don't trust it. We
Cool.
watched it die once.
I'm gonna choke the damn thing's head off. And I'm still skinning it this time. Even if it's not all cool and white and fancy.
Yep.
Oh, we're here. You can back me up if I'm telling the stories.
What was that,
Yeah.
Belenos?
I was just exclaiming, "What the fuck was that?"
Really angry. And it fought well.
Do you think it like called on the power of its ancestors, or what?
It was a glorious creature.
I don't think that was anything natural.
I couldn't even hit it. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, it could hit me though.
I didn't hit you.
It's true.
This face just looking up into the tree line. Like...
I'm gonna take a moment and fix the traps now that I'm up. I'm just gonna recover him.
Go put a blanket over your traps.
Just lay some ferns back over him, or whatever, some sticks, probably sticks and ferns, what we used last time,
Yeah.
and straighten up any of the things that came out. Pull any out of the bear that remained, and just put them back in the ground, and then go back to sleep a lot closer to the rope than I was when I went to bed last time.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna sleep in snake form too.
Oh, excuse me. Cool. So, are you all going back to finish your rests, I assume?
I'm taking another rest.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
What? Taking another rest?
Only for an hour.
Rune is probably gonna be butchering and preparing this bear.
All right, Rune, you got this.
Yeah, Rune,
Shaska needs his beauty
Rune's
sleep.
gonna be on the second half of this watch. Might take a short rest at the end. Rune's honestly pretty good, like in terms of resources.
So let's just say, Rune, you're on watch for at least an hour or so while you're prepping this corpse. Gek, you go do your hour rest. Everybody else starts their rest if they want to. Sound good?
Sweet Locket's with us too, right? She should be.
Yeah, she's up in a tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stayed up in a
Okay.
tree.
She's ghost.
Rune, are you hurt at all?
Nothing a little bit of rest won't solve. I'll find my time to catch me breath. Not too banged up. Rapgek sprung on me with his aim.
I got cut out for a second there. Still
It's not
cut out.
Butcher the Bear. Anyway,
Oh,
would you
okay.
mind?
It cut out for a second.
Yeah,
Oh.
sorry. What'd I miss?
I was going to. If you're intending to butcher the bear anyway, would you mind saving the?
Oh! Right. I'll set it aside
Right.
for ye. I was planning on prepping some meals. I'll get a special one for your dog. Squid. Your friend. Your pet.
Yes.
Yeah,
Companion.
Squid.
Thank you.
Pat on the back for good luck.
Of course.
Friendly, it's over. I really don't have much experience doing this. I'm gonna do my best, though.
I don't think it needs to be in any, particularly good shape. Just try to get most of the bone out of it.
Oh. But I really want a nice cloak.
So, I'll have you roll me a
You guys are all gonna wake up to like poisonous meals. You're like, we can't eat there.
roll me a survival and a nature check, Rune.
Sure, this bear's probably cursed as fuck too. Survival's gonna be a 9. Nature's going to be. Why can't I find it? There it is. 15 plus.
19.
Yeah, 19. If Bellino stuck around for half a second. You're
Um,
called DM.
So what I'll do, I'll give you the nature of 19 and 7 with the survival, just because it makes more sense time wise.
Nice.
'Cause
Yeah.
I think guidance only lasts like a minute, if I recall, or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
You look in this bear up and down. It's pretty clear that its hide is completely destroyed. You could definitely get some like bear leather scrap off of this, but making a cloak, it's gonna be a real ugly cloak. You can definitely try.
Nah,
You know,
no
like those
way.
blankets at grandma's houses where there's like holes all the time everywhere, and it doesn't actually keep you
It's
warm.
a
It makes you
Goodwill.
colder.
It's a
Yeah.
Goodwill bear cloak.
Yeah,
we
like
find
it's
it in the bargain bin.
it's so you're immediately
Nah.
like, oh.
In
And
that case, I'd just be looking for, anything that could be salvaged for food or for trade. Like we're planning going to a town eventually. We've got a cart. I'd be just kind of like butchering in whatever sense. I don't quite have the knowledge as a person, but does that make sense?
yes. Now let's see. That CR. I actually have like a mechanic for harvesting over here, and I'm looking at what you would be able to get with your rolls.
Cool.
So yeah, basically with that survival, you kind of come down to the fact that like the only thing you can think to salvage from this bear would be some hunks of meat and maybe some bones.
All right.
Roll me one last survival check straight.
Sure. That'll be a 13.
Okay.
Meat I can do.
So going into this, you're noticing a lot of the meat has this weird like dark tinge to it where it looks like it was like dying or seizing up.
Oh.
Is the
So
blood coagulated?
yeah, it's not a happy sight once you start cutting into this creature. It looks like it was
Cursed as hell.
it had some narnars going on in there.
That was my bad.
The
Oh,
Right.
oh, yeah. Right.
basically, and the rolls are informing this, and so did the actions. There's almost nothing you can get from this bear besides like a couple claws and teeth, unless you want some poisoned bear meat that's rancid and horrible.
Would probably take the head off, collect, like a tooth, and just set this aside. Like,
Yeah,
no need to dig into something,
It's
just
it's
one
pretty
tooth.
gnar. You got a bear skull with a hole cracking into the back of it, with the whole face burned mostly off, so mostly bone is showing. And you snap one of the
Nice.
canines, and there you go.
Cool. I'll just put that under trinkets.
Cool. All
Or
right.
trophies.
Or trophies, yes. Trinkets and trophies.
Trinkets, trophies. Is there a section for trophies?
No.
No,
No.
there could be
Yeah.
right now.
Right now, root me out. All right. So Rune's doing that for an hour. Eventually, Gek wakes up. And then Runa, are you going to try and get the rest of your long rest in? Is that your plan?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Okay. And then probably sounds like Gek, you're just doing the short rest, so you'd be on watch again.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me a last survivey check for the last 4 hours of your night.
It's not
4 to 5 hours.
This is survival.
Ooh.
17.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay.
21 if it's guidance.
Ayo.
So with that, you essentially get to morning without more major incidents. There's like a few creerish critters that come around, but nothing big. Like you get like a weird little night squirrel thing comes, checks out your camp, and then leaves. Kind of thing. Okay.
I would have used one of those hours to resummon my familiar.
Oh yeah, cats got mauled. Rip.
Probably wait till everybody wakes up. Probably the smartest thing time-wise. Or when Belanos
Oh yeah,
wakes
because
up.
I'm keeping watch. Yeah. Duh.
When Belanos wakes after 4 hours, time-wise, you would have an hour, so you would cast it first thing in the morning. Do you want a lizard or a bunny?
Bunny.
All right, bunny. So, it's morning. No more incidents. That bear carcass is nasty.
Yeah, just scoot that away a little bit.
Time-wise, do you guys want to stop soon or keep going a bit?
I don't mind myself.
I'm good for a while.
Okay. 2 hands?
Dude,
Yeah.
I could go for a little bit longer.
Alrighty. So what is the next move? Unless there's anything particular you guys want to RP, I was going to fast forward to camp's cacked up. You guys are on the cart and ready to go where you want to go. Is there anything else you wanted to RP before that?
No, I think that sounds good. That's just my opinion.
Maybe just checking on Thorgar and see how he's doing after a night's rest.
Yeah, roll a medicine.
He probably slept like a baby.
Slept through the whole bear screaming and us screaming, and
Oh, dude, he totally would. I bet he saw some fucking logs.
he's dead. He's dead, guys.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me,
No! No!
let me roll something here.
I'm not dead yet.
He
Okay,
sleeps
so
like
yeah, Belenos, you came over to him and you you put your hand over his mouth after you and there's no air coming out, and you think he's dead for the moment.
Passed
my God.
away in the night.
Thorgar! Oh God, we barely knew him.
Dang it, we need to have Get come back.
that. Yeah. I'll
Sorry,
I'll
I had something explode in my hand while my little squish ball exploded in my hand.
Oh no.
Had to
That's
go
what-
clean that up real
That's
quick.
why I prefer metal fidgets. Hold up to my strength.
metal fidget explodes your head.
God, no! I told all of you! We should have watched it more carefully. Literally
Dumathorin,
just falling.
keeper under the mountain. Help me see this one home. One last time. Just ruin the background.
And then another moment goes by and you just hear this gnarly congested inhale. It's
Oh,
It was severe sleep apnea this old man was experiencing.
can you get him a magical CPAP machine?
Dude, we're out here in the middle of the woods camping. You just hear. It's awful.
Jesus.
All
The
right.
worst.
So, Grandpa's still sleeping, unless somebody really wants to wake him.
Dude, we'll just move him over to the cart.
Like,
Just let
we
him
can get-
fucking sleep.
Yeah, we can get packed up. It's fine.
We'll just take his hammock and two people take his hammock and
just-
just walk him over, put him in the bottom bunk of the cart, and just
Yeah, let's
put
just
a bag of grain underneath his head or
yeah, let's
something.
just get him coast. Easy.
So he gets a bag of grain, the other dwarf gets a rock under their head. All right.
I'm gonna try and check in on this dwarf on the travel.
Question, are you guys
Maybe
going
that's the
back
rock.
and following that boar trail again, or have you all changed directions?
I think we should follow the boar trail.
Okay.
Yeah,
agree.
On the
open
board
to follow
trail.
the board trail. Along the way, if you'd allow it, I would try and poke this dwarf like Pelodos. He's been sleeping a really long time. I don't know what his problem is.
Don't ask Belonos.
After I sleep on a rock, I usually feel fine.
Look, if recent events are any indication, I'm clearly not a physician.
Yeah, you're right.
So
Hey.
who is leading? Who is navigating the boar trail this time?
I think I'm still up in the front.
Not
It's
Sweet
funny.
Locket.
this way, just east.
Dude, we're back at the watering hole. We're back in the slavers' encampment. Like,
Yeah.
how the fuck?
You just take a step. You're in the jungle. What?
Okay, do you want to give it a shot? And I'll
I can lead. I can lead again.
All right.
I'll lead
So-
the cart, and then you hold the reins.
Yeah,
Survive.
let's-
Oh, the ride.
Survival
I was talking
kick.
about standing in the front with the bunny
Okay.
again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll hold the reins. It's never worked out.
Oh,
Rune can drive. If
yeah,
either,
Rune could drive, but
But-
the person who's leading.
whoever's
Oh, I thought
navigating,
you were gonna poke the prisoner.
you are.
This is great.
So Shaska needs to drive. That's right.
This is great. Good luck, Shaska.
Yeah.
I think I was having you roll animal handling, right?
Incredible.
Yep.
I'm
Go
so
ahead.
sorry, Gramps.
Go ahead and roll that animal. Fuck.
No, you gotta ease up on the rate. You're shaking it all over the place. Let's not.
So this is what happened. So Rune parked the car over all these traps. And now Sheska's like, okay, I got to get this beast out of these traps. And the beast just like sees the traps and it's just like, no, I don't want to go through these traps. And you're like, trust me, there's no traps right there. Let's come on. And then just like,
Yeah. Awesome.
You eventually do coax the
And
thing
I'll just
through.
pull
but-
all the pokies out of the traps.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because I would have to collect those anyway.
You already took them apart. There's just open
Yeah.
pits, right? Like
Okay. It doesn't like the pits.
it does not like the pits. It
Just
takes
you're like
a while.
trying to have a
but
rational conversation. You're like, you couldn't even fit in one of those pits.
Yeah, I'm probably getting visibly upset with the beast.
You will eventually get it through, but it's like huffy and jostly, and like you eventually get it, and it just kind of like scurries. The car's like,
Old man hits his fucking head down there.
well, one of them hits their head on something soft, a bag of beans or whatever. The other one hits their head on a rock.
Oh, can Rune try and catch him?
No.
Actually, yeah. Rune was like jostling it. He like hits his head and was like, "Oh, I should have woken him."
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Good old temple to the rocks. Good way to wake up in the morning. So, Gek, thank you for
11 to
your
lead.
survival. Yep, 11 for your boar tracking abilities. Again, not super hard to backtrack the trail you guys were making. You do find like, oh yeah, here's kind of the boar trail. And you do start following it. Eventually you basically what I'm going to describe with the 10, like you lose the path a couple times, it takes a bit of time, and then you find the path again. Okay, there we go. So it's essentially just some time lost for the day.
Nice.
But eventually, let me round you guys up. You're all scatterfied.
We'd
Hell
probably
yeah.
have
Maybe,
Sweet
but-
Locket out on one of the sides as well, just trying to keep a perimeter,
Yeah.
keep us from getting surprised. Could probably use Belenos either on top of the cart or do an Overwatch.
Shishkia, you're not a snack. Gek out there with Cass. Belly Welly Nose. Sleepy Dwarf. Skib.
He's just real sleepy, real tuckered out.
Are dwarves always this sleepy? Is this a thing? Is this a dwarf thing?
We don't
Every
need
dwarf I
the
see.
Scribbles.
Great sleepers, all of them.
Over here,
many-
Scribble. Oh no.
Oh god.
I think
know,
that was there. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, you wouldn't think that one line would make such a difference, but it really does. Yeah, that's where it was.
Okay. Give me ein Moment. Okay. Belenos, roll me a d12.
D12?
Yep.
Whoa.
Okay.
Nice.
I think
It's catchy.
that will be approximately. Yeah. And then, oh man. So it's taking me a moment.
Come
Roll
on, little
20,
buddy.
Just
You're so sleepy. Wake up.
I need to refresh roll 20 after what I just
Jostle,
did.
jostle, jostle.
He's just been dead this whole time.
It's a distinct possibility, man. Rune has not gotten higher than a 5. Like, minimum concussed as fuck.
You just haven't noticed that Squib sucked his brain out.
How long did
That
you
would
have
be fun.
circulation cut off to his brain?
Dude.
I tied this gag around his throat so he couldn't talk. I don't understand what went wrong.
Incredible.
Why so blue, buddy?
I heard
no.
casters can sometimes speak their verbal components through their throat.
Through their throat pipes.
Yeah.
Can't be having that.
Roll 20 really does not like what I did.
I'm so curious.
Well, I copied and pasted all of you in, and I flipped you all around.
Nice. Yeah, I imagine just token shenanigans or toys like.
It freaked out.
Yeah.
Let me go back. I'm gonna have to get a couple of you again. Sorry, it's taking me a minute.
Fine. We could just banter while we wait.
I'm almost done. Okay.
There'd be no
Awkward
bantering.
silence it is.
Shut up. No.
Yeah, we're sleeping.
All right, here we go. I had that roll. I'll see what you do before I do any more rolls. Womp.
Kill it. I mean, sorry.
Sue.
Kill it?
Here is the site. I'm just kind of putting you all on the map, even though you might be a bit farther away. Gek and Cass, you follow ahead this this path, and the bunny form starts smelling like a gnarly, icky smell. I think they have smellception, right, with your bunny?
Perception.
Isn't that a thing?
No, only hearing and sight.
Never mind. Doesn't notice the terrible smell more than anyone else would. It smells a little stunky over here. But you see a lot of boar sign, just a ton. The trees get a little more densely together than you all are used to traveling through these woods. It gets a bit difficult to navigate this big beast and cart through these trees, but you're able to kind of squeeze and wriggle around some spots, even though the beast is, a bit distressed at times, a bit unhappy. The cart may be brushing up against trees to get in this far. Eventually, you find yourself outside of what looks like maybe a nasty pond of sorts.
Is this in the direction that he pointed at for the witch's house?
We've been heading north.
Yes. Roughly, yes.
Is there a house in the witches in the pond?
Roll a perception. And also, how close are you getting with your cast bunny to the pond?
Yeah, like there.
Okay.
Not too far.
Hopefully the stream is okay.
23.
Whoa, nice.
That's a lot.
Okay. So with a 23, awesome roll, by the way, you see tons of boar sign. As I mentioned before, like they've been rooting, rubbing. Some of the rubbing has been like almost shoulder high, which is kind of terrifying if you think about
Jesus
how big
Christ.
that would be. There's even like fur still stuck to some of these trees. Like they've been here, they come here. You can see all the like mud trails where boar go in and out of this really shallow, nasty, muddy pond. Other things you get with a 23. In the kind of this, it's not really the middle, but right here in the pond, you see this kind of red square.
Mm-hmm.
There's this, looks like a stone pillar sticking up out of the middle of the pond, just covered in worms and bugs and all sorts of things. In addition to that, over here, zoom out, over here on the shore, it looks like there's maybe like a wicker nest or something like that, kind of just off the shore of the pond. It looks like this. So it's kind of weaved together in this circular pattern where there's about a 5-foot diameter circle where something could go through the middle of it. And the wicker pattern, just kind of a spiral sticking out all around that. And it's kind of right up next to a tree, between a couple of trees. You can see there's like a path that goes to it as well.
Do I detect any signs of Arcana?
From Cass, presently, no.
Okay. Even from like this far back where I'm at by the cart? I mean, I'd be probably like here myself if I'm leading.
Okay, if you're catching up, so you're just trying to reach out and see if there's anything magical at all without casting detect magic, correct?
Yeah, just kind of feel the arcana in the air.
Roll me an arcana. We'll see how your tuning goes.
10.
Yo, what this?
What's more distracting than anything is the kind of nasty smell of this boggy pond. It is putrid.
Message to Shaska. This is the place, I think, if any, it seems like where they're returning the most. If we're gonna set anything up, this is the place to do it, and we should do it quick.
What time of day is it?
Let's see. I'm just trying to remember. You guys probably left early morning. You had to undo all your traps, which probably took a bit of time, but not a ton. So
I would like to make note.
Yeah.
We took the exact same rocks that he told us were good enough for our body weights.
Hey, yo.
With the ropes.
Okay.
Nice. That's actually not a bad idea.
Um.
Now watch, all these streets are clear cut, like on the map. Like, no.
Yeah, with some effort and a couple people lifting them up in the cart, it's very doable. So just did a little extra time, and
Cool.
Plus, so it's called 11 in the morning after everything, and travel time and everything. So you guys get here just before noon.
Nice. Man, you know what would go great in this pond? A crate of vipers.
Not a terrible idea there. Shaska, you were talking about hunting boar being similar to hunting men. Show us how you do it. Where do we start? Are we baiting them to us? A ways out from here? What do you recommend?
We're
I
gonna
also
camp.
pointed out the wicker basket to you.
Oh, okay.
The wicker nest.
This
And
is where the boars be
weird,
coming back to. Do we want to be setting up somewhere,
wormstone.
like, away from here? Bait him to us. See if we can anger him.
That looks like a portal. Just like totally disengaged in the poor conversation.
Yeah.
Like, what the
Iron-
fuck is that?
Iron Man said that there was a house in the middle of a stanky pond, and I'm thinking that this is some witchery, that's a portal that leads, and there might... My brain thinks there's an arcane dome over this river that's hiding some stuff. But
You
I
need
can't
these-
tell if there is.
Take the time to
That's
see if
just
you can. How long do you need?
I can't. That's more of a Belenos thing.
Only about 10 minutes.
We can work with 10 minutes.
Set up some ropes in the trees while you concentrate. We need to scuttle the cart for now, away from here.
Aye.
This is going to become a battlefield. But we need to decide what to do with the creature, the beast of burden. My guess is south would be safer. Sweet Locket, would you be interested in guarding the cart and the beast? The beast is the strongest creature of all of us. You are probably the most safe with the beast. And with the sleeping dwarf.
Aye. If he
Wow.
wakes, he was a fighter. You can give him a weapon. Though, probably don't.
I'll watch the cart. If you guys see any baby boar, then you promise to bring me 2 baby boar who aren't dead.
1.5.
Lock it.
No,
What do you talk?
I need
Hold,
2.
no. Lock it.
Rune. Just like I want to hand up to Rune. Okay.
And she crosses her arms. She's like,
Yeah.
Wasn't she gonna be part of the plan? Nobody could be
I'm guarding the
getting-
cart, and in exchange, I get 2 baby boar.
1.5.
What
We'll be-
part, Alu?
We'll tell you what we be seeing. If you want to be catching one yourself, maybe the
We all saw
opportunity
how
would-
that went last time, Maroon. I want Shaska to bring me 2 boar.
Yep.
Kind of looks like he had her. like,
Shaska
right-
knows exactly what's happening right now.
She's just being petty. All right, so Rune, a little confused, like, oh, I thought you loved hunting. Like, completely oblivious. We'll give this bandit another couple shakes. GM, it's been hours traveling here. Could I have any word on this bandit? We've just been putting it off.
I've been putting it off because it's fun to think about what else is going on in this
funny.
poor dwarf's head. But we will get to that shortly here. I wanted to set the scene and then have it be that you could have your little talk on the way here if this guy
Alright.
wakes up.
Yeah.
That is an if.
This guy wakes up.
Before we get into that, though, any other like questions or things you guys want to do about this region? Anything that is unclear looking at this map?
Man, I totally agree we should get the cart set up elsewhere. We should try and trap a region and get the boar real pissed off and come into us. Because you know how to set some traps, Shaska. If you can break up the fodder, like, chef's kiss, you know?
I kind of want to just camp this watering hole, and we all get into trees, and then we just fucking long range weapons, just go to town shooting these guys.
For sure.
There's a chance that they might scatter, but like, I mean, we just get as many as we can, and
Shoot
maybe if we make some traps around where we want them to scatter to, we can run them into some shit.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like
Yeah,
we can
should
try to hurt them
into the water.
If we can run them into the water, that'd be even cooler. Run them into some snake water and just like put some vipers in this water. You know, they might crawl out, but I don't know. We could always hoist the box up and then drop the box in the lake.
Yeah,
They get them real pissed.
It's about to become the most expensive watering hole in the region. Yes, these pristine emerald boas are gonna drop in here now.
Yeah.
Water
But,
is stagnant and gross, isn't it? I don't know if they're
It's-
drinking this
yeah.
water.
So
Oh yeah, drink the water. It's
I
good
want
for
to
you.
set up for the boars.
Beach.
But I also want to check out like this thing. Like, is it part of the foundation for the hut? Is it a tombstone? I want to jump through this portal, see what happens.
Sir.
So
End up in the Feywild for 14 sessions.
yeah, no.
Jeez.
I wasn't in the Feywild for 14 sessions, but that's my thoughts. But I'm also getting sleepy. You know, it's 2:30 a.m. on my end, so like I might not be thinking clearly. But like, I don't know. This looks like a perfect spot to just catch them. Like, I don't even think we need to bait them. I think they're gonna come here. We could put some bait. Like, we could strap up the dwarf from a tree, dangle him over the watering hole, and that'd be pretty gnarly. But that's a little dark for Shaska. Shaska might do it, but
Shaska literally said it's like hunting men, and Rune's gonna be following your lead. Like, let's see how dark he gets. Let's give it a go.
I think in game, Shaska probably wouldn't do that unless that dwarf was the one that was like pretty much talking like he wanted to sexually assault Sweet Locket. He probably wouldn't,
Gek
unless he was
that
the one.
And, Gek blasted that guy out of a tree.
It blew his
instantly.
dick off.
Yep.
We'll see what this guy says if and when he wakes up.
All right. So
Yeah.
real quick, Belenos, your Detective Magique. Pillar is giving off some necromancy vibes, and the Wicker Nest is giving off some conjuration vibes for sure. So those both seem to be magique, and then of course the normal magic you're used to detecting around your party. Let me. What was I just about to roll through? Oh yes, roll to see how that dwarf is doing. Okay. And Rune, roll me your medicine check. I don't think I've had you roll a new medicine check for this dwarf since you had a bumpy ride here.
Come on. Just
Guidance.
thank you. Thank fuck.
All right.
Rune's probably getting worried at this point, like,
Yeah,
it's a long sleep.
you probably should be worried. He like eventually opens his eyes around the time you guys kind of show up here. Does not look like he's doing good. Looks super dazed and exhausted. Anybody could tell this guy got hit a little too hard in the head for a dwarf.
Oh no.
Easy there, easy. We'll probably set him up, give him a scrap of food,
Yeah,
some
he just
drink
pukes
first.
immediately after he wakes up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just through
Yep.
the gag and everything. Just
Yep. Takes the gag off, wipes that off. Yep.
yeah, they're gonna be thrown up for a little bit here.
Cool. Varun rolled a decent medicine, so we'll be trying to tend to
Comfort.
them.
Cool. So yep, you're giving them water and trying to like comfort them and get them in a shady spot so the light's not in their eyes, making them feel even more sick.
Yeah.
It's the old rock to the head thing that happens to dwarves sometimes. Your pa told you about, you know.
Oh no! Back when we were in the mines. The old rock to the head. Yeah, it's that's how my uncle went. Absolutely.
Right. So,
Cool.
time-wise, with how tired everybody seems, I'm willing to keep going a bit. We could kind of discuss your staging strategy, and I can have you guys do some rolls for that. And if you want, we can do the talking to that dwarf now, or we can do it next session. And I assume you guys don't want to be on here for more than like 30 minutes, an hour tops, right? Or even call it sooner.
Yeah, no more than
I'm
30
okay
for
with.
me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm okay with calling it now and getting fresh minds if we want, and then coming in. But if we want to go for 30 more minutes, I'm okay.
I think time-wise, if you're up for it, at least brainstorming roughly what kind of traps you would like, or at least staging you'd like roughly. And of course, you can try and alter the plan during the week if you'd like. It's either that, or you can try and communicate it to me during the week. What do you guys prefer?
Let's just get some information from you now and see what we can plan around that. Which way are the tracks going to the watering hole? The tracks that
Yes.
lead to the watering hole.
So I'll draw
Can you mark them on the map?
couple purple arrows
Thanks.
that kind of shows where the boar run.
Is this a wallow?
Yes. So you see there's tracks coming in this way. You see there's tracks coming in this way.
Are you drawing on the
Oh, I'm drawing on the GM
object
layer.
layer?
Nope. I don't know what your problems are. I drew it just fine. You guys just need to learn how to read.
I'm not Jim enough.
There you go. Womp womp. All right, let me get my pen back. And then this whole side, they seem to come in just... God damn it, I drew the GM layer again. Doop, doop, doop. There we go. They seem to just kind of run through this side of the shore. Wherever there's kind of a dirt area, that's where they like to be. This spot, let me do a pink X. This is like premium mud right there. That's like a top tier wallow. You can see like big imprints right there.
Okay. And the wind direction, is it still blowing southwest?
Roll me a d12 for wind direction.
4.
It's coming in at 4 o'clock. Or no, it's
Okay.
going towards 4 o'clock. That makes way more sense. Why would it be the
So,
opposite?
from which perspective? The perspective
So
that we
imagine this
came, or
map is-
from this?
Imagine this map is normal, like north is up, south is down.
Yeah.
Thing.
Cross the
So
little wind lines.
you need some wind lines. The wind does change throughout the day, but the wind...
Oh yeah, that's doing it for me.
How's that work?
Honestly, that's super helpful for my brain.
Is that good? All right.
That's genuinely very helpful. Yes, thank you.
So, one thing that we're going to need to keep constant tabs on is the wind direction.
Oh, for sure.
So, like, when that changes, I imagine there's going to be rolls if we notice or not, but, like, it's important. So,
They smell
keeping
big.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Smell big or smell hard. Go
Okay.
home or go
Yeah.
home.
So I think with that being said, the cart should stay probably close to like this direction over here. The tighter of a copse of trees we can get it in, the less likely bigger things can get to it. So
It's true.
that's an idea.
True.
Same thing with food. We're gonna have to offload food and maybe put it up somewhere that's not near the cart. We might be able to use some of that food smell as bait. So that's a thought that we can possibly put that up in a tree or two that we're not in, just to get them near the wallowing mud. Like they might smell the smell of food in the air. It might help.
Yeah, there's a couple primo trees over here by that awesome wallow spot.
Mm-hmm. We'll camo the net on the cart. I kind of want to make like spike strips to like put in the primo mud.
Oof.
Just knives and shit pushed through like material.
Yes.
Or just fucking stick knives into the mud, like dig a little holes and stick them in the mud.
Yep, I like that
Like,
idea.
Wallows of Despair, that's what we'll call it.
Wallows of Despair. That's a good session name. Write that down.
Bury the knives up to their hilts in mud, so they're just solid. They're just ready to just gut as soon as shit starts rolling in there. I kind of want to dump the snakes in there, but considering that thing's given off necrotic energy, like, I don't know what's going to happen there, but it could be interesting to see what happens. I want to dump the snakes.
You're like, I'm dumping the snakes in there. It's
happening. Yeah. There's going to be a fucking firefight.
Okay. And you're dumping in the cyan vipers, is that right?
Yeah, I think those the poisonous ones that we have.
Right.
And then we would steer clear. We would definitely steer clear and in trees. And I wouldn't want to dump the snakes until we start hearing the boars coming.
Nice.
If possible. It might be tricky.
That would be very tricky, I would say. It's definitely possible, but it would require some I don't know, suspending the box, and then when the boars come, loose the snakes to go into the pond.
We could probably string the box
crate to Rune. Rune will hike it up a tree, hold it, and then just throw it at the boar.
That could work. It'd be cool if we can suspend it, or that way you don't have to hold it the whole time.
Yeah.
But
is there a way to edit what I already wrote?
Oh, god damn it. I was
We've just put a question mark on there.
I was yeah.
We'd probably grab a ton of arrows from the supplies that we have.
Hell yeah.
And then I don't know, what do you guys think? Stay high and shoot them up and draw out the big one with all the squeal. The carnage is going to draw out the big one, like the fight. We're challenging their territory, right?
Yeah.
And so while they might flee without a proper target, and if they start going places we don't want, we can jump down and give them a target, maybe.
So one thing we figured out about boar is that when you mess with their young or you steal their young, they're gonna come at you full bore, right? So some sort of snares to try and catch some of those small ones, or some attack against the youngins. Now, I really don't want a Super Saiyan spirit boar, like what happened with that bear. I don't know what kind of fuckery's going on in these woods. Might be a little much. But I'm not saying we should shoot the babies.
Just saying.
Yeah. So
we can bleed the pigs.
What I'd want to throw in there is a bit of a controlled burn. It might be dangerous depending on the dryness of the area, but if we can set up, get some dry plants and stuff and set up a good, wall, we could surround them in so they feel like they don't have a way out if they have, a fire, a firewall behind them.
Right there. I feel like that might be a little too risky with the buy-in of the elves, and given that it's summer, I feel like that might spread.
Really we would have to dig
some bronze dragons will totally
fire break.
Yeah, bronze dragons will just be firefighters again. It'll be nice.
Let's not. I don't want to be in a bronze dragon's pocket or stomach at this time. So.
Would be cool.
Like the idea of having some sort of. You have illusions, right, Gek?
Nope.
Heck. Okay.
And the
Mm.
Got rid
person
of
with the
them.
Lugies here is Belenos.
Guys,
I don't have
we
illusion.
have
You built
dwarven
those,
ale,
technically.
right? I think we
Oh, I
have a
the stars. That's
thing
right.
of it.
Yeah, we've got some ale.
Dude, we can pour that on the water and light the water on fire.
Wonder what proof that is.
If it's dwarven ale, it's basically liquor, right?
It's an idea.
I
Bit of a shame there.
Do you have any dwarven? We can check that later.
thought we had something.
I know you
That's
have
one
3
thing to
bottles of
consider.
fine wine. You have a couple pasts of Carry or Perry, and
Oh yeah, we have a couple gallons of Perry. The hell
Is it
Perry?
oil? Do we have a thing of
Perry-
oil?
you have vinegar.
Hmm.
Perry drink. Oh yeah, Perry's not gonna do it.
No.
Oh my god, this dragon is such a snob. She's
It-
fucking Perry.
Perry and elven wine.
God
Yes.
damn it.
And
That's so
only the
gr-
finest liquor known to my kind.
That's
Literal blood of the river of light, please. Yes.
such a
Okay,
snob.
so
I
nothing
love
to
it.
light the water on fire with, but oh well.
Just
Not bad.
Belenos's
Um,
fires, you know.
Some more of those ankle biting traps would probably be good. I really like the idea of doing the pits. Pits are fantastic. Putting knives in the wallowing pit is fucked. Pit of despair. Wallow of despair or something. Such a
Mhm.
good name.
So we've got some definitely decent trap design ideas. We've got, it sounds like you want to have the cart kind of wedged and camouflaged and remove anything that smells good from it, is the idea.
Yeah, and disconnect the beast of burden and
So
keep
it's-
them away.
The plan, it
Hmm?
sounds like, instead of having Locket with the cart, you're going to maybe have Locket with the beasts far away, kind of keeping it calm. Is that the new plan? Did you say keeping the cart close?
No, just keep them beside each other. Unlock the cart from the beast like we did last night.
Mhm.
Keep Locket surveying
Keep 'em there.
both of them, and keep both of them nestled into a corner with some thick trees.
Do you want that to be as close as it would be to be on this map, or do you want it far away so they're nowhere near this battle?
I would say far away so that they're nowhere near the battle, but within earshot.
Game for that.
Like
Okay.
I within eyesight and earshot, but away from the battle. If that's possible. If it's not, then we'll figure something out. Earshot then.
Yeah, both would be tricky. Earshot's easier than eyesight with the trees and the level and everything. You're kind of like down in a little bit of a bowl. Not much, but
Okay.
a little bit.
Okay,
we'll
go for earshot.
Okay, so just within yowling distance. Got it.
Ow! Yeah.
Okay. Belenos, Gek, any stuff you want to be doing, preparing, considering in particular with this setup? Which we could probably get into most of it next session, but
Yeah, it really depends on their placement, so I can learn spell placement. You can't pre-place a spell down
Yeah.
to go off with a trap, right?
you can set up glyphs technically, which I don't think you have the glyph spells.
I don't have a glyph of warding now.
Yeah, or the diamond dust.
Hey, mister, do you know what a glyph award is?
So yeah, are you talking about just like knowing where the traps are so you shoot off of them, kind of a thing? Like what were you trying to figure out, Gek, exactly?
I was trying to put my make more traps by placing my black ribbons inside of a glyph, so that when they step on it, it activates.
That'd be kind of cool.
But you guys
But
don't
in
have
there, it's
glyph
gonna be
magic currently.
it's gonna be eyesight based.
Yeah, we could keep you in one of the primo perches and
So
have it
what's the range
Oh,
you
I'm
need to be
playing
at,
in-
Gek, to be able to cast your spell? How far away?
40
You-
feet. So my whole plan is just to use my levitate and float between the trees whenever the battle starts beginning.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
So you'll probably start in one of these trees right next to the pond and be 30 feet up ish and be floating around. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
Okay.
Nice. Ooh.
Cool. I'll just say you're in this for now. What about you, Belenos? Is there anything particular you're trying to figure out or do or plan or help with?
This is pretty far outside of my wheelhouse, so I'm following the lead here. I will probably, similar to Gek, I will probably post up in a tree and use misty steps and whatnot to get around from tree to tree if I need to move.
Okay.
But
just put
other than
yourself
that,
next to whatever tree you want to be in for later.
I
Do you think we have enough rope to set up like a little a guide, like tie tree to tree, rope to rope around these trees around the pond, so that we could shift around if the wind changes or if we want to get like a better vantage point?
So you mean
Like tie ropes from like tree to tree up high in case we need to go from tree to tree because we don't all have teleportation. Not sure if we have enough rope for that. Maybe we don't. I think we had like 350 feet of rope, but we also needed some rope to throw us up with, so maybe not.
it would
Depending on how
be
high up the ground, and if you just did a tie rope and you just tied it and you climbed the rope, I think it's definitely doable.
I'll say if you're trying to do that line between all the trees, it's going to take up at least 300 feet of rope to connect all the trees that are right next to the pond. I wish you could see what I'm seeing right now. I wonder if it'll show up if I let go.
I can.
Nope.
I can see it.
Oh, you can see that?
we
I
saw
can
it.
see it.
Weird. The stream couldn't see it.
All right. What about? Hang on. What about tree to tree, tree to tree?
It's about
That's-
200 feet.
And that should leave enough for us to have.
And there'd be a cross section in the middle, where they
Yeah.
overlap. Yeah.
My only concern with that would be the boar seems to be at least mildly intelligent or semi-intelligent is what was
Shashka
described.
would know that boar are generally pretty smart prey, given their background, for sure.
So having ropes out in the open, I don't know if that's something that would
it's-
like tip them off.
Oh, yeah. Something up above their pond, you mean?
Yeah.
Something to think about. For sure. Let's see.
But at the same time, it's not like I have better ideas, so
Okay. Do you want to go with that rope from tree to tree idea? And then if so, my other question for you is, are you trying to have any gradient on that or just have it be as flat as possible? Like, do you want the tie at the same height across, or do you want to be able to like slip down one direction and struggle to climb the way other way up? Know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I would do just straight across.
Okay.
At least that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I'm thinking that the boar might not care if it's high enough,
yeah.
And if they do, well, whatever,
Yeah, I think they're just kind of animals, so
Is this in your pocket, sir? A deck of illusions? Oh, I drew the red dragon? How lovely.
square up. Nah.
I also assume that they're night hunters if it's day and they're not here, Well, no, maybe they're day hunters if they're not wallowing.
Oh,
If
that
they
could
come
be
back
really
at-
interesting.
If they
Do
come
we
back
all
at
have
night,
dark vision?
I
yes,
got
we
dancing
do.
lights if not.
Nice.
The only one of us that doesn't is when I'm in snake form. I have blind sight 10 feet.
Okay. I mean, I imagine you're going to be perched with a bow, so we could use that to our advantage too if they show back up at night.
How high up do you
Yeah.
want the ropes to be, feathers?
High,
Like
50 feet.
Okay.
I would think. What do you guys think?
Nice. I mean, yeah, the ropes are kind of extending mostly over water. So worst case scenario is we get the icks. Oh, we fucking splat.
okay. Cool.
Well, worst case scenario, that necromantic pylon does something to us that we don't know about when we hit the water.
Yeah, dude, we
That's
just get
worst case
zapped.
scenario.
Yeah. Well, I figure if the boars are wallowing in it, it's not poison or might just be cursed.
Just a little bit of
Just a
fear.
tiny curse. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I collected this one pretty early on, actually. I'm very proud of it.
Cool. Let's
So then we'll have ropes that go down on the trees that we can use to climb up.
Nice.
here. I'll figure that out later. That's fine. All right. So you guys are setting up traps, scoping out the region, talking about strategies. Is there anything else you guys want to get done this session before we call it? That's my question.
So we can start digging some pits, but I'm not really sure where. Maybe
you can basically tell, like, almost this whole side where it's all beach. Like, there's tons of tracks around here.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like boar are jumping off of this cliff.
Fair.
There's a little bit of jumping down this one into the mud, but not so much. Not much. Like maybe piglets playing kind of thing.
you said these are beech trees.
Most of these trees are sequoias and redwoods and things. Some are smaller than others.
Nice.
Or most of them.
Okay.
Some of the ones closer to the water might be a little bit different, but
Are the trees that we're anchored to strong, sturdy trees? That's what I'm going
You
for.
pointed at some thick-ass trees. Those
Okay.
are some of the biggest trees. Those are the 4 biggest trees around this pond, yes. So,
Cool.
like this one right here is probably like a 250-foot sequoia.
Dude, sequoias are wild, man.
The map doesn't actually do justice on how big these trunks would be. They would be
Just making sure
very
we're in the
big.
same type of forest.
Yep.
Which cool.
Yep.
Oh.
Like maybe
They're
this one's
wild.
different. Who knows?
Mhm.
Like half these pictures, I'm like, hey, is this guy like rock climbing? Nah, dude, it's just a sequoia tree.
Yeah.
It takes up the entire picture.
Yep. Okay. Any other things we want to do now?
Well,
So I think having Rune talk with the concussed dwarf next session makes sense.
I don't want to talk to him when I'm this tired, man.
I don't want to roleplay them as this tired.
Nah, yeah, please save that for next one.
Cool.
Whenever it feels good. I'm not in a super big rush. I was thinking of trying to include him in this fight. They sound concussed as fuck.
Oh, you could definitely include them. They'll probably die, but
yeah, nah, not what I'm going for. So, yeah, I figured we will probably revisit and map out some explicit traps. Would you be open to like?
I'll leave the
Maybe
map
we
up
could-
between the week.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. That way I can maybe
Okay.
brainstorm some ideas.
Let's do a shotgun because I'm crashing too. Gek, anything you want to do this session before we call it? Belenos,
I'm
any
good.
last things you want to do?
Noser.
Two Handicus. Nope.
Nothing on my end.
Aludriea. All right.
Nope.
Let's call it here, and then you guys can have a few days to shift up your plans if you want to while you get some rest. And then we will resume, I believe, Thursday this week, if I recall correctly.
Sounds right.
Yep. And I will not be here for the Thursday this week.
Okay. We'll talk about you and me, Gek, what you want to do for that. And I probably leaning towards just like an RPU in combat, but we'll see what we do.
Better, if you're okay with it, I'll throw my sheet at Aludriea. I trust
Woo!
Aludriea.
Oh
Not
snap!
kills me.
You don't have anything shady on there, do you?
We'll talk, Gek, between.
I don't know. We'll
Yeah.
find out.
Yeah, it's like nah. Communicate with the GM. We'll go from there.
We'll see what we do. All right.
I
So,
trust cats.
whoop-oo, whoop-a-doo. Doop-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Thank you for your patience, fellas. All right. Well, thank you, anyone and everyone who tuned in to Take a Nap and a Bear Attacks, the D&D, Bane of the Ancients, Season 7, Session 7. I was Gats, GM tonight, and who was I playing with tonight?
Hello everyone, I go by Aludriea Luna. I was playing Rune, the manling slayer of greed barbarian.
I'm Shuck. I was playing Belenos, the Astral Elf Cleric.
I was J. Crew playing Gek the Half-Drow Warlock.
Two Hands played Shaska, the Yanti Snake Boy.
Yay.
The Sleepy Snake.
Yes. Well, thank you, fellers, and